Hey, good morning, everyone. Is this on? Yeah, thank you for joining us here at City Hall. So this morning, I'd like to first call this meeting to order and invite Deacon Richard Longoria with the parish of St. Helena to join us for or lead us in the invocation. Deacon?
Thank you, Mayor. As we gather together for the benefit of our city, our citizens, for all who live here, Lord, let the light of your face shine on us and the brightness of your truth, love, and compassion for all. May the glory of your majesty fill us with your mercy and love, and may we pass on your graces to all in this city of your most holy body, our Corpus Christi. May the decisions and actions of the men and women who guide our city always abound in seeking the best for all, especially for those who are poor and struggle in their daily lives. May the blessing of Almighty God come upon all who are here today, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Deacon.
Thank you.
So our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Grace Carolyn Maliti. She is a senior at W.B. Ray High School. She partakes in the International Baccalaureate program. She's the secretary of TOKC organization, and she is headed off to either Austin or California to continue her studies. She's not sure yet. Welcome.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Good job.
Good job, Grace. Thank you, and good luck in your studies.
Go Texas.
Go Texas.
Go Texas.
Or Santa Barbara. That was the other one. Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. That'll take us to section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and members of
Morning.
the council. We do have two items on our city manager report this morning. Our first one is to acknowledge a staff appointment, and then our second one will be an overview of the Governor's Economic Development Summit that will be here, and Heather, our assistant city manager, will do that. But I want to begin by recognizing the appointment of Rebecca Castillo as our Director of Human Resources. Yep, and so Rebecca has been with us for a little bit now. She was acting Human Resources Director, and then prior to that, she was the Assistant Director. Just some background on Rebecca. She has 20 years of experience in human resources. That's tough to find because not too many people go into this skill or this specialty. So over 20 years, 11 of those were in leadership positions. Since joining the city in November of 22, as I mentioned, Rebecca was the Assistant Director for Human Resources. And then since this past October, she was serving as an interim role as the Director overseeing recruitment, our employee benefits program, employee relations, business partnerships, and our police and fire personnel and contracts as well. So we like Rebecca for many reasons, but one is that she brings about 11 plus years of private sector experience. And so we like when our executives have a little of that as well. It helps to bring a different perspective to how we run the city. And so Rebecca spent 11 years at Flint Hills in the human resources arena. And then prior to coming here, she was with a company called EW Scripps, who provides human resources to many of the media outlets that are here. So Rebecca has a Bachelor of Science as well in health education and from the University of Houston, which is another plus. She brings some of that Houston experience right here to Corpus. And she holds several professional certifications in human resources as well. So with that, we're going to have Rebecca come up and say a few words. You may remember her when she presented during her assistant director promotion or appointment. And she's been a fan favorite ever since then at the microphone. So, Rebecca, we're going to turn it over to you to say a few words. Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor. Like Peter said, I did join in November of 2022 as the assistant HR director. And since then, I was in the interim for the past 6 months. And I do have to tell you that as serving as the interim HR director, I've had my time here, I've been able to grow and develop the team. I've been able to create relationships and partnerships, not just with the city manager and the deputy city manager, but along with the assistant city managers, the directors, assistant directors, and it's been really exciting. My passion is HR. I love HR, I love to learn, I love to collaborate, but I especially love my team. I have such a great team that's with me, and I look forward to seeing what we are able to do. Thank you.
Peter, I have to just make comment.
Yeah.
The mayor's office deals with, in hiring and all of that for our office with HR. And I just have to commend Ms. Castillo, because it has been a real pleasure, and it has just been very, very streamlined. So we really appreciate all that you've done. It's been very apparent through my office. So thank you.
Right. Mayor, thank you for adding those words as well. And Rebecca was just telling me yesterday, before I tell you that, we have to recognize that our business is run on people, right? We're very much in the people business. So the success of what we do in the community really rests on our employees, on our people, and having a strong human resources director and strong human resources department is really the cornerstone for being able to do what we do every day in our 29 different lines of business. So, but the note that I wanted to say is yesterday, Rebecca was saying our vacancy rate is down to about 10%. And generally, if you ask around the state of Texas, most are in that 15 to 20% in local government and probably private business as well. So that just didn't happen by accident. It happened by strategic planning, job fairs that Rebecca and her team have started here most recently over the past year or so, and just a commitment to get the best talent we can and use different alternative ways to do that. So with a 10% vacancy rate, we know it's not zero, but that's better than 20%. So we do want to recognize that as well. Okay, so one other item on our city manager report is an important one, and the governor of Texas has several economic development summits this year across the state of Texas in predetermined cities that he's selected, and Corpus Christi is one of those. It's a small business summit that's hosted here, and Heather is going to give us an overview of that.
Thank you, Peter. Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. So yes, we're very honored to have been chosen as one of the locations for the Governor's Small Business Summit. Economic development staff attended the one last year in Kingsville and was very impressed by what was presented. So the city staff did apply for it and was awarded it. It's been fast and furious in the fact that the Governor's office notified us earlier this spring that we will be hosting it in April. And so staff from the city's Economic Development Department has worked very closely with the governor's office to choose a venue, to choose topics, to get speakers lined up and plan the event. So it is hosted in partnership with the City of Corpus Christi and the Texas Workforce Commission, along with the Governor's Small Business Office, and to present the summit. The summit will offer sessions that are important for small businesses, including strategies for starting and growing a small business, access to finance and funding, what's hot in small business marketing, and cybersecurity, protecting your company in a digital economy. And we're excited also that we have several key city staff that will be participating in this. The mayor will be doing opening remarks. Our Director of Communications, Logan Cobbs, will be our MC for ceremonies. Our Assistant Director of Communications, Cecilia, will be helping with what's hot in small business marketing. And then Holly Hooten and our Deputy Director of Information Technologies will be participating in the cybersecurity session. So really excited about this. Registration is still open. It is this Thursday at the American Bank Sitter, starting, I believe, at 8:15 is when the doors will open. It'll run to 2:30 in the afternoon. There is a $20 registration fee, but that does include snacks and lunch during the day. In addition, during our lunch session, there will be several small businesses, local small businesses, that will be awarded awards pertaining to small business. And so we're really excited about having this opportunity and inviting everybody to come join us on Thursday. So, thanks.
Yeah. Great, thank you. I'm right. Heather, thank you for that summary. So this Thursday, a few days from now, at the American Bank Center, 8:30, and the mayor will be welcoming our locals as well as visiting guests as well. And the city, I think there's about a dozen cities that the governor selected this year to have the summit. So we're privileged and proud that the governor selected Corpus Christi as one of the destination cities to have his economic development summit. So, Mayor, those two items conclude the city manager's report, so I'll turn it back to you.
Great, thank you, Peter. So what we'll do, I think, we don't have the list yet? Okay. We're going to pause for just a moment to get our public comment list, and we'll go ahead and start public comment. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start our public comment period. And the first, actually, I didn't read this. Okay, so this is section G, by the way, public comment. First, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize, as we have been doing, the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we hold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. We've received some feedback from the community regarding our adherence to our own policies and decorum, prompting us to reiterate our commitment to these principles. So as you entered the council chambers, you were likely handed a leaflet outlining our council policy and decorum, which we urge everyone to please familiarize themselves with, because it is incumbent upon me and as the mayor and each council member to adhere to these policies diligently. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it is not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. And with that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and the adherence to our policy. Before we begin, I'd like to ask City Manager Miles Risley to please review the rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley, if you'll please proceed.
Excuse me, Rebecca, could you, we can't hear with the gentleman there. Rebecca?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you guys take it out to the hallway? Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city business.
Okay. Individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments, and residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. For those speaking in person, please remember that the meeting is recorded, and we ask you to speak into the microphone at the podium, stating your name and address before addressing your comments. You have two opportunities to make public comments on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at its present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 moment or minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allotted time, a buzzer will signal the conclusion of your comment. So if you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will hand it to us. So with that, we will start with the first public commenter, which would be Mr. John Weber.
You had a PowerPoint, right, Mr. Weber? Yeah. Okay, there we go.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. City required open meetings training part 2. I will be addressing the mayor and the city council regarding city-related matters within my constitutional rights according to the city attorney, section 5J. Next slide. This slide was taken from the city's candidate orientation presentation. The slide was presented by the city attorney. It has a link to the required training for public officials. Next slide. That link takes you to this page. The slides and audio I played at the last council meeting came from this video. It sounded like one of the council members was trying to discredit the audio part of my presentation. He said he had no idea who the voice was. Next slide. The voice and the words came from Jenny Holscher, the Division Chief Opinions. She is a very recognizable voice, especially after listening to her for 1 hour. Next slide. This is who she looks like. Please play audio.
It requires each elected or appointed public official of a governmental body that is subject to the Act to take a training course addressing the members' responsibilities under the Act. And that training course must be taken within 90 days of taking the oath of office or of otherwise assuming the duties of office if the oath is not required.
Next slide.
It requires each elected or appointed public official.
Next slide, please.
A governmental body that is subject to the Act to take.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Well, it doesn't look like we're getting to the next slide here, so.
Is there a? We're pausing your time, but Mr. Weber.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just give it a second.
Okay.
Yeah, we're checking right now.
Otherwise, I can just play the audio on my phone for the next slide. That'll speed things up. Here we go.
The first significant change involves the the enactment of House Bill 2840, which requires all local governmental bodies to allow for public comment by each member of the public who desires to address the body regarding an item on an agenda for an open meeting. So this new law, which is found in section 551.007 of the Government Code, applies to county commissioners' courts, municipalities, school district boards of trustees, as well as other local governmental bodies and nonprofit organizations that are subject to the Act. The law allows a governmental body to adopt reasonable rules regarding the public's right to address the body, including rules that limit the total amount of time that a member of the public may address the body on a given item. However, the governmental body may not prohibit public criticism of the governmental body during this public comment section.
As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Ron Graben?
Ron Graven, 202 Surfside. I'm old school. I have pencil and paper here, so we don't have to worry about slides. Two reasons I'm here. I want to thank, first of all, 3 council members for sitting through a review of FEMA guidelines with us, and I thank you, Councilman Roy. Thank you, Councilman Klein, and thank you, Councilman Pusley, for your 2.5-hour, I'm going to call it a brutal session of information. At least that's my interpretation of it. And it took us about 40 hours to put together, which is why I reminded myself why I stopped being a college professor, because I just didn't want to do all that. But I appreciate you sitting through there, and hopefully we all came to a consensus, or at least a better understanding from our perspective of what the FEMA guidelines were and what was being followed and possibly what was lacking. So thank you for that. Second reason I'm here is to address something that was said in public. So if it was said in public, I want to correct it in public. You know, if it was in private, I would correct it that way. But I am the president of the North Beach Community Association. It's not a homeowners association. We have businesses that are represented in our organization, and if you look at our newsletter, you'll see those that are participants with us. We have property owners, we have residents, we have business owners. So I was invited by Carrie Meyer. She made me aware of a meeting at the aquarium to come and listen to a presentation about beautification in the area. And that was my understanding of why I was there. I knew nothing about Fajitoville at that time. So if someone says that I knew, thank you, Councilman Pusley, for asking the question. You hear it directly from me. I did not know about the TERS. I knew about renovations that had been proposed at Fajitoville because I'm friends with Lynn Frazier. So, and I understand the city manager, because I think he either assumed or was told something that was not correct. So the word fallacious is a mistaken belief. So if anyone says that I knew about the TERS funding that was allocated, I'm not against it. That's not my intent. I just want you to, because the phone blew up after the last TERS meeting and said, Ron, you knew all about this. And the answer, I did not. I did tour with the golf cart tour, and I didn't even know if Fajitoville was on the list. So I just want to make that clear. And I also want to make clear that we are a community organization, not just for homeowners and not just for businesses. So I appreciate you being able to set the record straight on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Guajardo and City Manager Peter Zanoni. I am here also to talk about the TERS meeting because this, I know y'all are just a small part
Meyer,
of.
can you state your name and address,
Okay,
please? Sorry.
Carrie Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard. I know that you guys are part of the TERS board, but since they don't meet again until June, I just wanted to come and like Ron, sort of make a few comments about that. things are happening really fast with the North Beach tours. Heather had said that we have available for commitments 1,058,000, and they estimate that we will have 1,700,000 by the end of this year, I guess. And the commitment that I believe you made in the last April 9th tours meeting was 1.5 million to one entity. And like Ron explained, we both knew that Fajitaville was being renovated by the private owners, and we were so happy to hear that. We did go to the aquarium meeting, but we didn't know that the tourist funding was being considered. I found that out in March 19th when I went to the tourist meeting and listened, and Heather had said, we have nothing under consideration, but we will bring some projects forward in April. That Fajitaville, the economic development staff, is working with the developer and on the project for a potential incentive. The next thing we knew, and then at the end of the meeting, they talked about the future meetings. They set it on the city's calendar for April 16th. So our group of people on North Beach, which is quite a few people, were planning on coming to the April 16th tours meeting because we wanted to mainly talk about the helicopter proposal. But as it turns out, on April 9th, I just happened to be looking at the city's website, and I found that the meeting had been suddenly changed, backed up a week to April 9th. And that was done on a Friday afternoon. We got no calls. I mean, we have a community representative supposedly on the tours. I have her phone number, she has mine, didn't contact me. Our district representative didn't think to contact anyone. Nobody thought to contact NBCA. That this meeting had been backed up to hurry to spend the whole pot of money on one business. So what's done is done, and I love Fajitaville. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying we are a community organization. We would sure really like to be included, and there's lots of ways to contact us. We have a Facebook page, we have a website, we have an email address, we have Ron, we have me. You guys know us. And I wanted to also comment on Councilman Dan Suckley saying that TERS dollars should be spent on things that are for the public. That kind of seems like what a lot of people think. I think that too. And we're going to be bringing some projects forwards to you guys for review for the potential future funding for TERS. And I encourage you to please engage more in community outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Cheryl Segrist.
Hello, Cheryl Segrist, 14965 Canadian Mist Drive, Corpus Christi. Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor Guajardo, and City Manager Mr. Zanoni. My name is Cheryl Segrist. I'm a banking center president at Prosperity Bank, a co-owner of a small business, an ISAC committee member, board member of Education to Employment Partners, a wife, and most importantly, a blessed mother of 2 active boys ages 12 and 16. But most importantly, for the purpose of speaking to you today, I am a stockbroker. What is a stockbroker? A stockbroker is a newly created term for those advocating for a skate park at the soon-to-be-developed Commodore's Park. Ever since my oldest was 4, we were headed to skate at Cole Park, Port Aransas, Flower Bluff, or Portland. Don't get me wrong, when he first said, "Mom, I want to go skate," I was weary. I had a stereotype in my head, and I wasn't sure if I was going to allow him to go hop in the park and start skating. But those thoughts were quickly dissolved, and I realized that today's youth want to master everything. Skateboarding is for everyone of every age. My youngest watches YouTube videos to master the latest skating tricks and videos himself doing them. When the surf isn't up at Packery Channel and there are no sporting events to attend, my youngest and his group of active friends recruit parents like me to drive them to Port Aransas, Portland, or Cole Park, or Flower Bluff. It's anywhere from a 2 to 3 hour round trip skate sesh. Every time I am watching them at Port Aransas Skate Park in particular, I'm thinking, why don't we have this set up on North Padre Island? At any given time, you can find their group of kids riding bikes and boards to school and the weekends. With the mobility plan coming to fruition on the island, they have and will have even more access to ride their bikes and boards safely to the soon-to-be-developed Commodore's Park. Due to the busy schedule of stockbrokers like me and other families on the island, many of us were unable to attend the community input meeting for Commodore's Park that was held on March 20th. I want to thank our city leaders for attending that meeting. It showed the residents of the island that you want to listen and support our community. It was very well received. In lieu of attending the meeting for input, the Stoke brokers posted an online petition for supporters to sign in support of including a skate park at Commodore's Park. In just 2 hours, we had over 100 signatures, and now we have over 400. I am fortunate to have been able to see the proposed phases and development of the park, and I don't see any reason why a skate park cannot be included. Along with, in addition to the ever-popular pickleball, community pool, community center, and sport court. Surely there's a way we can come together and design something that can include all things for use by all our youth, families, old and young, and the people of the island that is fun for all seasons, not just when the surf's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Segrist. Cole Segrist.
Hello, I'm Cole Segrist, and my address is 14965 Canadian Mist. I think we should have a skate park on North Padre Island because it would be a safe environment for us kids to ride our bikes and to skate, so we don't have to ride our bikes in the parking lot where it's unsafe. And also so that people that can't drive to other places can just ride their bikes or walk to the skate park on the Commodore Park. And that's why I think we should have a skate park.
Thank you, Cole. Very good. Okay, thank you. Shane Jeanson?
Hi, my name is Shane, and I live on 14918 Tesoro Drive. The youth group needs a skate park on North Padre Island because it would be a lot safer than riding in the streets. And currently, kids ride their skateboards and bikes in the business parking lots, such as IGA and Hard Knocks. This puts kids in danger, ranging from cars to strangers on the road and in parking lots. A skate park would get lots of use, especially to drive into town or Port A, which is a 1-hour round trip. It is a great way to keep students active outside of school and around and off the streets or off video games. This is a way to build skate parks for many people to enjoy.
Thank you so much, Shane. Thank you. Okay, Jesse Ginson. Am I pronouncing that right? Is it Ginsoni?
Janson.
Oh, way off. Janson. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Jesse Janson. My address is 14918 Tesoro Drive. I'm here today to ask for consideration in building a skate park as part of the Commodore's Park. Adding a concrete park to the Commodore's project would allow for people to skate, BMX, scooter, whatever makes them happy to get outside. I greatly appreciate your time, and thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Mason Ellis. Yeah, we're going to hold back. We allowed it for the kids.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Mason Ellis. I live at
147. One 4710.
Yes.
There you go.
Lighthouse Drive.
Is that it?
I'm a 6th grade student at Seashore Middle Academy on Padre Island. We live in a community where me and my friends are active riding bikes, skateboarding, surfing, and being outdoors. We teach each other every day and need a place to be able to teach each other better. We ride in IGA parking lot and Hard Knocks, and it's dangerous from cars and other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Mason. Kim Irwin.
Hello, my name is Kim Irwin. I reside at 13957 Das Marinas Drive. I've been a resident of Padre Island for 31 years, and my grandson and daughter moved back to the island. I'm glad it came back to Corpus Christi. I'm here for the skate park. You know, as a grandmother, my grandson Trey is here, and all of his friends. It's really dangerous to watch them out there skateboarding and doing all that kind of stuff on the streets and at the IGA parking lot where Hard Knocks is. It's really cool that they'll let the kids in there, but it's dangerous. I mean, if you drive down SPID, you can see the cars coming in and out, and, you know, Seashore Learning Center, the middle school is right next to IGA. So I think the skate park would be good. When I take them to Port Aransas, it's amazing how Port Aransas has an incredible skate park. If you've ever been there, it's pretty unbelievable. But for us as grandparents and parents to load up the kids, you're talking an hour getting them there and back, and then plus playing. So I think it would also help from an economic standpoint, you know, kid-friendly, skateboard-friendly. All of that would be helpful to the island. And thank you again for taking the time to listen to myself and to everybody else.
Thank you, Ms. Irwin. Trey Knowles, please.
Hello, my name is Trey Knowles, and I live on 13957 Das Marinas. And I am here to talk about why our community needs a skate park on Padre Island. A skate park would not only be a place for fun and exercise, but also bring numerous benefits to our community. A skate park would provide a safe and designed area for kids and teens to skate, reducing the risk of accidents in streets or other unsuitable places. Skateboarding is a popular sport, but without proper facilities, it can be dangerous. A skate park on Padre Island would ensure that we have a safe environment dedicated to skating. Having a skate park would promote physical activity and help in combating childhood obesity, which is a growing concern. By providing a space where young people can skate, we encourage them to be active and healthy. A skate park would be a social hub where children and teenagers can meet and build friendships. This fosters a sense of community and belonging, which is crucial for the emotional development of young individuals. It would also boost local tourism and economy. Padre Island attracts visitors, and a skate park would add to the island's attractions. This would not only entertain the locals, but also draw skaters from other areas, potentially increasing business for local shops and eateries. In conclusion, a skate park on Padre Island would be more than just a place to skate. It would be a community asset that promotes safety, health, social interaction, and economic growth. Thank you for considering this beneficial addition to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey. Christina Fertilla.
Hello, I'm Christina Fertilla. I reside at 15126 Cane Harbor. Esteemed members of the City Council, thank you for taking the time to hear our public comment. I'm a devoted island resident, a business owner. I have 2 degrees in education. I'm a former educator. I've lived in numerous communities around our country: Honolulu, Hawaii, Salt Lake City, Utah, Southern California. In all of these communities, there's a vibrant opportunity to have more recreational opportunities. I've been absolutely shocked by the lack of recreational opportunities available to us here in Corpus Christi. I'd like to share a quick little picture with you. These are my children. This is Isla on a skateboard at a very, very young age. And this is, well, he's here somewhere. I also have Finn, who's 7 years old and an avid skateboarder. And the reason I wanted to talk about my children is my son Finn here, he is a differentiated learner. He learns different. And we put him in a classroom in a chair for 6 to 7 hours a day. He comes home and he is this brilliant, vibrant child, and he comes home and he is depleted because he has been asked to do fine motor skills all day long. I bring this up because although this is my special child and he's so special, he's not special in that every child learns different. They need more opportunity to move. They need safe locations to move. This skate park is so essential to getting these children off of screens. Our children, we are losing them to screens, to video games. They need to move their bodies. Their brains need the development. I am so passionate about this. I want this skate park more than you know. I hope that you will really consider not just the economical opportunity there is here. We load our family up. We go to Portland. We go to Port Aransas. We go to Houston. We go to Austin. We go to San Antonio. We'll spend a whole weekend there so that our kids can skateboard and take opportunity there. And guess what? We're not alone. There's tons of families just like us who want and need this opportunity for their children. There's actually Facebook communities of families where you can share awesome skate parks and you can encourage how to, like, where you should stay and what else you should do while you're visiting a local city's free skate park. This era is just so dominated by screen time. It's crucial that we provide these avenues for children to engage in physical activities. I urge you to really consider this skate park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fertilla. Finn Fertilla. Not present. Okay. Eric Baggerman.
My name is Eric Baggerman, address is 1400 Ocean Drive. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. Also about a skate park now. I think outdoor opportunities for kids is awesome. But in particular, I came to discuss one of the items later on the agenda about the funding for the public health district. And I come as a pediatrician, 10 years in the city, and I also come as CEO of Amistad Health, one of the safety net organizations that you have to take care of public health here in Corpus Christi. And I'll state some of the obvious first, that from a city council perspective, you've got to have public health. If a city cannot progress productivity and growth and the cost of poor public health is just an anchor that holds you back, right? So that is probably pretty obvious. Why the public health district is very important for that. It's that monitoring for disease. It's that treating diseases where it can. It's that referring and connecting with other partners like ourselves to make sure that people can be cared for, because when you can find things up front and you can treat them early, there's a huge benefit not only to the patient but also to society too, because the cost just escalates and exponentially. We worked with Public Health District for many years now at Amistad, education-wise and vaccine-wise. They have always been incredibly supportive of us and things we've gone in together, things that we have needed to be able to go out on our own, or things that they may need us to help connect. So I think they've done a good job with doing those partnerships, and also just really monitoring for that disease. Because again, if we find these things, we can treat these things, and we can keep from holding ourselves back. So please, as you make your decision on how to do this, put that as a high priority within our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baggerman. Samantha Mears.
Hello, my name is Samantha Myers. I'm at 606 Pennington Drive. I am here to voice my support for the Public Health District and their work to improve the health and well-being of Corpus Christi. The Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation and the Pride Center have a long-standing partnership with the Public Health District. We collaborate to provide mental health services, STD, HIV services, patient navigation services. We utilize the laboratory at the Public Health District to partner to ensure that patients who are newly diagnosed with HIV are linked to medical care. The Pride Center endeavors to create an inclusive, compassionate, and supportive home that celebrates and nurtures our vibrant local LGBTQIA+ population. We are excited to further our partnership by working together and on the PAVE grant, which specifically seeks to explore the underlying reasons for health inequities among the LGBTQIA+ populations. I implore you to continue to support the Public Health District in the vital work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Dawn Osborne.
I believe I have a slide. And while that's up, my name is Don Osborne, 513 Sam Rankin. Okay, well, I'm glad everybody is concerned about the environment and our well-being in Corpus. I just want to touch on one thing here. According to the 2024 report by Wallet Hub, Corpus Christi, Texas is the eighth most unhealthiest city in the United States. The report also ranked the city 10th in 2023. The rankings are based on criteria such as food, healthcare, green space, and fitness. And that certainly fits in with the skate park and also what the doctor was talking about. It also brings us to the slide, which is we invite everybody to the TCEQ meeting about the desal plant. Public comment sign up for that is at 6:15. So everybody get there early and sign up. So the next thing I'd like to talk about is that the City County Health Department, that I'm someone that went to the City County Health Department to get the COVID and flu shot this year. I would urge all city and county leaders to do all that they can to provide as much protection to our community members as possible, and that would include accepting all money that would lead to healthy communities, especially money for increased immunization and vaccines. Which brings me to the next issue, is the passage of the Hillcrest Neighborhood Desalination Plant. This project has so many ethical and environmental problems that I could not cover them all in the limited time given. The placement of the plant in the once vibrant Hillcrest neighborhood is shameful. I remember not long ago that this area was occupied by individuals and families that needed and found affordable housing. I wonder how many of those are now unhoused, living on our streets. The next is the proposed need for this plant has come about because of the water rights of the people have been basically given to industry at the high cost of individual, both in the lack of water and the increase in utility bills. The proposed site of the brine discharge within our closed bay estuary system has all the markers of a man-made catastrophic collapse of our Corpus Christi marine life, and once it starts, it will take years to repair after the cessation of the toxic brine discharge. I believe the modeling that the city has been shown is misleading at best and most likely completely false. The tidal flow in the Corpus Christi Bay system is simply not enough to carry the brine out of the bay, and the currents are not adequate to ensure the mixing of the toxic sludge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jamie Fergie. Dr. Fergie.
Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure being here with you, Mayor, council members, city manager. Just want to speak briefly about the importance of immunizations and everything that the health department can do in this regard, the district, and the opportunities of receiving more funding to work in this regard. There is no way to overemphasize the importance of immunization. There's nothing in the history of medicine that has had more impact in the health and well-being of our population, all over here and all over the world than immunization. Perhaps the only thing would be safe drinking water. Other than that, immunizations is the most important thing that we can do to protect our people. And we're concerned right now in particular because after the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen an increase in vaccine hesitancy. And we are seeing more disparities of care. We're seeing some populations that are not being immunized as well as other populations. So we never like this disparity of care. Anything that we can do, anything the health district can do to figure out what's going on, why some people are so hesitant, we have some ideas, but I think it's important to go after this. So when I talk about immunization, I always want to remind the audience that we don't know how many of us are here alive today because our parents immunized us. You know, we don't know how many of us here in the audience are not suffering from cerebral palsy, mental retardation, seizure disorder, paralysis of any kind, or don't have cancer because they were immunized. And so it's really impossible to overemphasize that immunization are the most cost-effective intervention that we all have. And I see that opportunity. We need to figure out a little bit more what's going on, why some communities are not wanting to receive vaccines, and we have some ideas. But look, everything that can be done in this regard is important. I am concerned with the report of measles resurgence. We haven't had it here in the city, but we may have it at any point. If I didn't say my address, 7613 Del Rio Drive. I'm sorry about that. So, Jaime Fergie. The importance of this, obviously, I mean, I think is self-evident in a way, but anything you can do on this regard, I think is critically important. I've been here working in the city as an infectious diseases specialist in pediatrics, in children. I have had the good fortune of being at Driscoll for 30 years now. And I do not want to see children coming to the hospital with vaccine-preventable illnesses. I've seen this before, don't want to see anymore. So anything we can do here in this regard is important. Thank you all very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Fergie.
Thank you.
David Ajit.
I can advance the slides with this. Can we take out the, okay, there you go. That's better. Ajit David, 5821 Ocean Drive. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City staff, Chief Wade, Chief Markle, members of the media, those present in person, and the many residents who are watching today's council meeting online. Good afternoon to you all. Today, I'm here primarily in support of the skate park that they just talked about, but also on behalf of many residents of this community, deeply concerned about a potential $2 million handout to a project in the guise of an incentive. On February 20th of this year, city staff presented to council a memo summarizing a $2 million grant from the Economic Development Fund for costs associated with FEMA AE flood zone requirements for a project that was fully committed and well under construction. You all have a copy of that memorandum. What followed was a PowerPoint presentation by the EDC chief summarizing the breakdown of the $2 million. That's up on the screen. $489,000 for certain upgrades, $1,510,087.50 for FEMA AE flood zone requirements that the applicant claimed was just updated by FEMA. A couple of council members questioned and flagged the timing of the FEMA updates as being a couple of years old or in the making. To support the narrative, the presentation included a screenshot of the official FEMA portal, which stated that the flood maps had become final. That's the screenshot on the right of the screen. Now, all FEMA releases have a release number and a release date. There's no exceptions to that. Somehow, these were missing. In fact, it seemed they were poorly photoshopped and edited to support the narrative. That's what I circled over there. This now is the original FEMA webpage, complete with a FEMA release date, the release number, and the media release date. Yes, that was 2 years ago. If true, this is an act of falsifying, forging, or tampering a federal document with an intent to deceive for financial gain, $2 million to be precise. There are only 3 questions that need to be answered at this point. Why? We can guess that answer. To procure $2 million in tax dollars. Who? I'm told this is still under investigation and we don't have that answer. What's next? Are we going to reward the perpetrators of this, or are we going to investigate and call for a punishment? The worst of all things that we can do to ourselves is cheat and defraud ourselves. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Sean Flanagan.
Can I wait till the agenda item?
Agenda item, yes, sir. Patricia Anderson.
My name is Gail Anderson, and I live in District 2. Thank you, Councilman Pusley, Hernandez, and Hunter for bringing back the PAVE grant and your support to rescind it. That's item 15 on the agenda. Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. As you told us back in January, that you were 99% certain that the vaccine killed Richard Martinez, the Public Works Director, and another friend's son was emaciated by the vaccine. Many other people have stood here and have told you their personal testimony of how detrimental the vaccine has been to their friends and family members, including Councilman Pusley. Thank you for that. I stood here February 27th and told you about the largest global vaccine study in the world, 99 million people. They found in 99 million people that there was a 200 to 700% increase in blood clots, heart problems, myocarditis, pericarditis, as well as neurological effects. I provided you with a second scientific study that the shots killed more people than they saved. There were 14 times more deaths than they helped. I provided you graphics and interactive links, both of those that you could easily look up and verify yourself. On a side note, don't you find it odd that every drug advertised on TV spends an enormous amount of time telling you their potential side effects? The one exception has been the COVID vaccine. I wonder what they're hiding. Well, the FDA and CDC were finally sued to release the data they were hiding. The FDA said they needed 75 more years before they could release their data. That's suspicious. But after a 2-year legal battle, the CDC was forced to release the results, which showed 8% of the vax required medical attention or hospital care immediately after the vaccine. The reports of lost consciousness, heart attack, seizure, extreme fatigue, pain, hearing voices, tendinitis, strong suicidal thoughts. 8% required medical attention or hospital care. They had a lot to hide, didn't they? Surprising, very surprising. They did not deny the link between the COVID vaccine and sudden death syndrome among children. That is 3 references that point to the harmful effects of the COVID vaccine. personal testimony, scientific studies, and government data. Lastly, setting aside the overwhelming medical information, don't you think it's really bad city policy to target minorities for any reason? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Deborah Williamson? The item, yes, ma'am. Rachel Martinez? Is Rachel Martinez with us? Okay. Mark Graham?
Good morning or good afternoon, wherever at City Council. My name's Mark Graham. I live at 13905 4th Street, Corpus Christi, Texas 78418, aka The Island. And I am here to also advocate for the addition of a skate park at Commodore's Park. I run a Ditch Skateboard LLC company that does some sponsoring and a promotion of an event in Albuquerque. It's a ditch skating event. We also run a pro bank slalom skateboard event in Las Vegas. I spoke to you guys roughly a year ago on the date that we had the Skate Week proclamation, and because my support for this skate park. Since then, we've spoke at Parks and Rec out on the island at Seashore, and it seemed that our push for that had kind of gone into the smoldering pile. And then I think Cheryl Seagrass left, but she's been the spark that is the phoenix that has risen from the ashes, this push for this park. And I came up here to inspire you guys to back this and to be motivated to support us in this. And, after hearing these kids speak and these parents speak, I think if you're not inspired by now, that there's probably not much that I could say that would do better. However, I did write down a bunch of notes on my hand. And, number one is that it definitely, for me, it's a selfish thing. I definitely want a skate park for myself. But I think it's, these kids have been, very critical in bringing forth the point that there isn't any place for them to skate. They've gotten banned letters from IGA skate, the parking lot, and there really isn't a safe and secure place for them to skate. We do have the seawall, but that's a whole nother story because that thing's all ate up, and I know that's privately owned and a city problem, but it still sucks because the concrete's horrible. But there really is not a place, and again, the distance that me and that parents and the kids have to go in order just to skate, just to do a healthy activity is 15 to 20 miles, and it's impossible for kids or anybody without a license. So I'm just here to pray that you guys can all, see the need for this and the benefit for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Michael Lisinski?
Hi, my name is Michael Lisinski, and I live at 15614 Finisterre. My mom is busy at being a lawyer, and she isn't able to take us anywhere, and she does not like me and my friends going out to Port A. And so I think we should get a skate park on the island because we don't have to go anywhere, and it's next to a fire station, so it'd be safe if any of us got hurt.
Yeah, be quick. They get
Thank
there
you.
quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lisinski. Brant Garner.
Good morning. My name is Brant Garner, 15533 Finisterre Street, and all those papers you got were letters from the kids at Seashore Charter Schools. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to y'all today about the addition of a skate park on the island. I'm 12 years old, and this proposal is so important to me and my parents. They let me have a half day off of school to be here. One reason I think a skate park would benefit the island community is it will give us the opportunity to get outside and stay physical and active all year. Another reason I think there should be a skate park on the island is it will give us a safer environment to ride and skate because currently there are very few sidewalks and all we have are streets and parking lots. Thank you for listening to my opinion about the skate park on the island, and I'm looking forward for support. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Brant. Monica Hansen.
Hello, everybody. Of course, the mayor and the city council, and I'm sorry I talk so quiet. My name is Monica Hansen, and I live at 7014 Chiswick, Corpus Christi. My agenda is about, of course, the public health. And I know that there's a lot of people that are like, okay, it's a vaccine. We need to be real careful. We have to have vaccines. We have to take care of everybody. But first, I really want to thank Gil Hernandez, Michael Hunter, and Mike Pulsley for actually looking at the peer reviews, because the whole event occurred with COVID. It wasn't just the vaccines, it was the change of the vaccines. It's the mRNA, the genetic biologic vaccine that was added that caused a lot of the problems. And the circumstances are that there are a lot of deaths. There were instant deaths. CDC is not necessarily a federal government-driven company. It's actually driven by people that give suggestions and ideas. The reason I know this is because I work in the medical field, and in my circumstance, I had to do the research to find out what the guidelines were for all my staff members to go and get those vaccines. This is not an easy topic for me to bring up, because people who talk against it are actually kind of people just throw you off, and they just don't want to talk to you about it anymore. The mRNA is a problem. It's a very serious problem. And it's being added to all the vaccines. It's not being added to just the COVID booster. That's the last thing anybody should suggest in an advertisement of any form or fashion, that they should utilize it for their health, because it has been proven that the COVID vaccine did not protect people from COVID. It basically it was just a sales job, basically, to get people to take the vaccine. And why do I say this? I'm not saying it for stupid purposes. The new reviews are actually saying that they're reporting deaths are increasing due to myocarditis. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Myocarditis and the pericarditis. There's all kinds of things, instant death, issues like that. But I guess the big question I have to ask is, why is government taking such a big leap to encourage people to take vaccines? Of course, they want to say it's security and protection, or is it really control? We need to stop the overreach now. In June of 2011, a headline in the Sovereign Independent stated, "Depopulation through forced vaccination, the zero carbon solution." The quote was from Bill Gates, that what he stated was, the world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really good job on new vaccines, health care, reproductive services, abortion, and contraception, we can lower that by perhaps 10 to 15%.
Thank you, Ms.
I really think y'all all need to think about what you're going to do.
Thank you. Samuel Fryer.
I have something for the staff. And I left you out now. Good afternoon. I'm Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in 78414, District 4. I want to stand here. First of all, it was very interesting that the woman right before me made a statement about the control. And if I were to put this on my sleeve, I would like for you to think about it being on my left arm, but a Star of David instead. I want that to burn in your minds, because that's exactly what takes place when we do not ensure that our citizens have informed consent. Conformed consent from the standpoint of knowing the real harm that has been done with the COVID mRNA technology, the gene therapy that has been used. The interesting thing is that I happened to look in the Nueces County Republican Party. They actually passed 2 resolutions recently, and I'm glad to be among one of the over 55 precinct chairs who passed the resolutions, and that's what you have in front of you. One of them is the resolution opposing the promotion of mRNA gene therapy injections, and it comes with all types of documented references to it as well. First of all, a good thing to remember is this, that based on an analysis of the vaccine adverse events reporting system, which is from the CDC itself, there's an alarming, the U.S. data only, there's an alarming 227% increase of reported deaths caused by COVID-19 injections since December 2020, compared with the reported deaths from all vaccines combined since 1990. Think about that. There's a few other things to consider as well. You've heard about the deaths: myocarditis, pericarditis, acute respiratory distress syndrome, stroke, multi-system agent inflammation syndrome, COVID-19 disease. Oh yes, by the way, no matter how many boosters you get more COVID as you keep getting the boosters. Menstrual and female reproductive disorders, and appendicitis. Now, the doctors and the pediatricians didn't say that, and they also didn't say that children were at a very low risk of even dying or even getting COVID and even dying from COVID. So just the one resolution in particular, therefore be it resolved that we, the people of the Nueces County Republican Party, unequivocally oppose any continued misinformation, disinformation regarding the safety and efficacy of the mRNA gene therapy COVID injections and the promotion of these dangerous injections by all county and citizen government entities. To end with, it's not a matter of political. It's not a matter of for it or against this. It really comes to risk mitigation. So think about that, risk mitigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Rachel Caballero.
I'm back. If it pleases the Crown, your faithful peasant, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock Avenue. Permission to proceed. Good afternoon, Highnesses, Madam Mayor, Madam Councilwoman, and Lord Councilman, also known as elected community members. Greetings to their court, also known as community taxpayer-funded employees. It appears that we have become a tyrannical governing body in the short period I have been absent. Evil never sleeps. Never would I have thought that locally elected individuals would violate their fellow community members' First Amendment right to exercise and petition our local government with regards to our grievances. An overpaid assistant is neither elected nor qualified to determine what is acceptable to petition to our paid-for government. This is embarrassing and ridiculous. This is a very dark time in Corpus Christi's history. We have weak representation. That will soon change. November cannot come fast enough. I would like to ask for the resignation of the city manager due to his failure to fulfill his job responsibilities and duties. A few examples: failure to manage daily operations, failure to represent the city and the entire community, failure to stay within approved annual budgets, failure to ensure city services, and now failure to listen to and address the concerns of community members. It has come to our attention that organized groupies, aka your court, Texas DSAL members are recruiting support for Thursday's TCEQ meeting. If the community was told the truth about who these people are, they would know that these people have ties to industry and have received some type of compensation from our tax dollars via the chamber and or other governmental branch offs. The difference between us and them is that we have no ties to industry. We are all doing this for free because we care and love our community, and we are fighting to protect it from you all. That is the truth. You all approved to pay Freeze and Nichols, the consultant of this desalination disaster, up to $9 million. Of course, they will always be agreeable to the findings that are expected of them from their highest paying client. Why aren't we voluntarily requesting an environmental impact study? Why are we not being allowed to vote on this despite the detrimental impact this will have on future generations? If we are running out of water, why is this little water we have available being sold to heavy water users? Your stories are no longer adding up. People are waking up. The jig is up. See you next week.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Adam Rios.
Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court, creator and founder, Pony Boy Skate Company. I didn't pay any of them to wear that stuff today. And also a proud new member of the Padre Island Stokebrokers Association. It's nice to see kids getting involved in the community. I wanted to read something, and I'll tell you who it's from afterwards. I reached out to a good friend of mine, Rob, also regarding the skate park on the island. He said, you know what, let me contact a good friend of mine, see what he has to say about it. And so I just wanted to read this to you. My involvement with the community of skateboarders in Texas, and really nationwide and worldwide, has been pretty constant throughout my entire life, and I've been able to witness its positive effects on communities by traveling throughout the world over the past 40 years, riding parks from East Coast to West Coast and everything in between. Skateboarding has gone from a place where it was almost considered criminal in early years to the colossal sport it is now, seeing major competitive venues such as X Games and now even the Olympics. That's from a little known skater by the name of Tony Hawk. And he, like myself, likes to see skate parks all over the place, not just for selfish reasons, but because every community should have a skate park in it. The value that it brings goes far beyond monetary, which it does do. It brings dollars to the communities. It provides a healthy outlet for kids who need to use it, and a safe outlet. You hear stories about, like when I was growing up, skating in parking lots and streets and the accidents that could happen, and all we're doing is trying to advocate for a safe space for every child in the community. We appreciate what's going on with West Guth, what's happened at Cole Park, and obviously the Port A Skate Park. Wieniawski Park, hopefully next year, is going to see a facelift. But we have an open opportunity right now for the kids on the island to have something. Skateboarding really bridges a gap between all genders, ethnicities, ages, Democrat, Republican, Autobot, Decepticon, doesn't matter. You're always welcome to the skate park. It's a tremendous common thread between people in all walks of life, all career types, as you've seen by everybody who's coming up speaking in favor of this. It becomes a long-term interest in a sport that's still so relatively young that we're just realizing the potential it has to provide a great foundation for success. It's not a young sport to me because I've been skating since what is referred to now, oh, you're from the 1900s. It's a term I'm coming to accept, but I also wanted to, let's see, I've got a little bit more time left. In terms of the cost of it, it's incredibly cost effective because you're not pumping a bunch of water through it every day. You're not using air condition every day. An open skate park is used year round. All you got to do is shut it down every 3 to 4 years for one day to reseal it. And if you've seen the upkeep and maintenance it costs to keep certain things available, you'll understand how cost effective this is. Thank you all for your time, and as always, appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Chuck Anderson.
Hello, I'm Chuck Anderson, 706 Imperial Harbor. Thank you, Everett Roy, for representing us in District 1. For the skateboarders, carry on. I have a street board. I got a long board. When I first had a skateboard, it had metal wheels. So I support what you're doing there. I want to talk about the TERS meeting for TERS number 4. I think the process might have been a little rushed on some of these things. When I looked at the budget, we had $1.36 million in the bank for the TERS number 4. And this last set of meetings between March and April, we went ahead and spent $1.31 million. So pretty much spent all the money that was in that TERS project. And we didn't know what was in the projects really until the meetings happened. So in the March project, they did mention the helicopter program. Also, they mentioned Fajitaville and also Hotel de Ville. I'm all for Fajitaville. I think revitalizing that restaurant in that area going to be great for the area. It's going to really help. I think it's probably the number one thing you could have done. So kudos, good job there, even though it's kind of rushed. The hotel, I'm a little bit skeptical of. I don't know if that's going to really bring in, people to the beach or keep them at the beach. Spending $400,000 on a parking lot for a private hotel, I don't know if it's the best money use of our funds. I also, when I looked, I counted 8 different hotels on North Beach, and I went and looked at TripAdvisor today. And I looked at the ratings, and I saw Hotel de Ville, which is the one getting $432,000, has 4.5 stars. So people seem to like that hotel. It was recently remodeled. The facade has a beautiful color to it. So we're plowing that money in there when there's 7 other hotels that are in different states of disrepair. Their scores are from 1 star to 3.5 stars. So it seemed rushed to give all the money to one developer and one owner. So the guy doing Hotel de Ville and Fajitaville, all the same people. We've paved their streets this week. Thank you very much. There's 2 streets right around that. Both got paved. So we're kind of rolling out the red carpet for this developer, which is, maybe okay, but I still think we've rushed the process on the Hotel de Ville. I also would like to comment on the, since I'm in the seafood business, I want to comment on the desal plant and what it might do to the water quality in Corpus Christi Bay. I know that we look at different desal plants in California and Tampa Bay as similar things. They're not similar, especially if we're going to discharge the water into Corpus Christi Bay. If we're going to discharge it outside of Corpus Christi Bay, great. I'm all for desal. I think it's the right solution. But the oysters are dying off in Corpus Christi Bay because the salinities are already too high. So as we add more salinity, it's going to get even harder to keep those vital organisms going. So I'm very nervous about what this is going to do. The report from TAMU-CC said that it takes between 1 and 5 years for water exchange in Corpus Christi Bay. That same thing is done in 48 hours in California and less than a month in Tampa Bay. So there's really no clear comparisons there. I think it's dangerous to do this within the Corpus Christi Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yes, Councilman, hit your light for me. Press, hang on. Are you on?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Peter, I think it would be really good if you would ask Heather to sit down with the North Beach Association or whoever you think is appropriate to explain exactly how the TERS funding gets distributed, that we don't just write one person $1 million check and hand it to them. And
right.
I think there's some misunderstandings about how that process works, and I think it'd be very good to have somebody sit down with them and explain the process.
Okay, we'll be glad to do that, Councilman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, hold on, Councilman Roy.
Yep, to just further clarify on that issue, we did have a workshop for those in North Beach that attended the workshop that talked about how the TERS works, and I believe Heather did lead that workshop. And again, I just think it's important now that the TERS is up and running that we do further education to make sure people understand how the monies are taken and what the time frame is, so that they have confidence that we're not putting the TERS in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Victoria Holland? Is Victoria with us? She had to step out a quick second. Okay, we'll come back to her. Xavier Gonzalez?
Good afternoon, council members. Xavier Gonzalez, 2626 Randall Circle. I come today to advocate for public health, to advocate, more importantly, regarding prevention measures. There are some importance when it comes to prevention measures. There's a long history of demonstration of importance of prevention measures when it comes to public health. But, you know, from my side of the view of, I have a long-standing years in academia when it comes to areas of respiratory infectious diseases, to areas of health disparities, and it's something that I think it's important to inform people about. So I think from another thing that I advocate heavily for is providing good information to individuals so they can make informed decisions. I think when it comes to public health, an individual should be responsible for their own health in the long run. And so part of what I do too, I'm a health strategist here in the county. And so from a health strategist point of view, providing good information to council members as well in making those decisions that impact policy. Because that just doesn't impact the individual, that impacts many of us. And so I just come today just to kind of present that you know, I'm here for anybody. If anybody wants information regarding just public health prevention measures or particular things from when it comes to vaccination, I'll gladly sit down with anybody and have that conversation. That way decisions can be made well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Well, we'll go back to Victoria. Is she here? Is she back? Yeah, there you are. Okay, come on up.
Thank you so much. I'm Victoria Holland, 235 Ohio Avenue. Appreciate your patience with me. I was otherwise indisposed for a brief moment. So going back to agenda item 15 and the PAVE grant, you know, someone mentioned something very important earlier, which is that immunizations are one of the most important public health innovations really in thousands of years, let alone in most recent years. And it is true that people being hesitant about immunizations is a serious public health concern. And I will say, as someone who frankly gets freaked out by the idea of certain vaccines, that my biggest hesitation comes down to when there are things that are vaccines that, based on CDC metrics and guidelines, don't provide immunization. Yet they are given the same immunities from the law, immunities from lawsuit as other vaccines that are immunizations. When we talk about the COVID vaccine here, that's only allowed to even market itself and have the legal protections of a vaccine because the CDC changed the definition of what a vaccine is for these treatments. It used to be that it had to provide some immunity from a disease. Now it only has to provide an effect. Now that to me says that I need to do my research on every single vaccine that comes my way now and in the future, because I don't know, is it going to be something that provides immunity, or is it going to be something that provides an effect with side effects? And that makes me hesitant. You want to know what makes people hesitant? That makes me hesitant. And if I think that municipalities, if I think that public health officials are going to be advertising these without giving me proper, information about the possible side effects, then yes, that will make me hesitant. That will make me take extra time to do research, and it will make, frankly, all vaccines less credible to me and those like me who expect immunity from a disease, who expect something to be well researched, well understood before anyone's pushing it out, and who would expect that when there are peer-reviewed studies that show today that the chances of getting an adverse reaction from a vaccine is higher than the chances of getting the disease itself, that my municipalities might think twice about it in the interest of public health. Now, Listen, I am not against this being available to people who want it. Oh, I'm out of time. And with that, I will thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Melinda De Los Santos?
Good afternoon. My name is Melinda De Los Santos. I live at 611 Gulf Shore Place, Corpus Christi, Texas. My initial thought in speaking today was that there was absolutely no way I can share the 3+ years of research in 3 minutes. In fact, I can't even believe I'm up here having to speak about this vaccine. My personal experience with COVID was upon returning from a trip from the Holy Land in February 2020 with what I am convinced was COVID. I had severe flu-like symptoms and recovered. We all know what happened to our community, lockdowns, mask mandates, then arrived the warp speed vax. My employer at the time was promoting the vax per CDC recommendations, and if I correctly remember, a monetary incentive was offered. As a doctor of physical therapy, we are expected to utilize evidence-based medicine. And as you can see by my shirt, given by a friend, I tend to overthink things. But that is my point. Why weren't we applying critical thinking and asking ourselves, this vaccine came out so quick. How long does it actually take for a vaccine to develop? Typical process is 10 to 15 years. Pfizer was developed and approved in 19 months. Were there any side effects? I have VAERS from here. From July 20 of 2021, there's 438,448 reports. Come March 29th of this year, there are now 1,635,048 reports. The increase of deaths went from 9,000 to 37,000, but that, keep in mind, only 1% is reported. Were there alternative interventions? Ivermectin. Do you remember ivermectin being regarded to as a horse dewormer? Remember the FDA saying, you are not a horse, you are not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it. Now we have recently, since of March, that the FDA has agreed to delete its social media campaign regarding that nice little thing about ivermectin. My comparisons, ivermectin from 1996 to 2023. Ivermectin only had 4,297 adverse effects. Tylenol had 139,025. COVID vaccines, when it hadn't been around that long, had 1,621,120 side effects. I try to fight this. I started with my employer. I wrote a letter to the employer talking about the ineffectiveness of masks, the PCR test, having a false positive because of the recommended critical thresholds. I asked, why are we giving these vaccines? Because 99% survival rate for someone 69 and above. Below that was 94%. So, my goodness. Anyhow, I am trying my hardest and I am still trying to fight this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Lori Ling. Is Lori Ling with us? Nope. Okay. Dr. John Lucens.
City Council members, Mayor Guajardo, City Manager Peter Zanoni, and also ladies and gentlemen. I come today, 2110 Halcon Street, 78414. I come today as a psychiatrist in your local community. I've been here for about almost 11 years now, both inpatient and outpatient, treating the most vulnerable populations that we have here, ones that are wandering right outside your beautiful city hall. I worked through pandemic. I'm fully vaccinated throughout my whole life. not just the COVID vaccine. We need to stop just talking about the COVID vaccine, because that's not what this grant is just about. It's about vaccinations and education. I'm a husband of an OBGYN and father of 3 daughters in CCISD. I'm deeply invested in the well-being of our community. I feel compelled to underscore the critical importance of education and funding for education about vaccines in our adults here in Corpus Christi. In my line of work, I witnessed firsthand the profound impact that preventable diseases can have on the mental health of children and our families. The fear, anxiety, and grief that accompany outbreaks of preventable illnesses from vaccines, measles, mumps, not just COVID, to get away from that thought process. These are not just medical issues that then impact the community. They're emotional and psychological burdens that can take a heavy toll on individuals and communities alike. Fortunately, in Corpus Christi, we had very great efforts led by a health department and by our medical communities. We had robust immunization, widespread community engagement, and also great rates amongst our children and our adults. It's a testament to the resilience and determination of our community to protect our most vulnerable members. But our work is far from over. Despite these achievements, pockets of vaccine hesitancy, all vaccine hesitancy, fueled by misinformation and fear exist. As a psychiatrist, I understand the power of fear to cloud judgment, inhibit rational decision-making. That's why it's essential we address vaccine hesitancy not just as a medical issue, but as a psychological issue, to provide accurate information, foster trust, and support those who may be uncertain or hesitant. Moreover, vaccination is not just about protecting individuals, it's about safeguarding our entire community. By achieving higher vaccination rates and higher education rates for people that are hesitant, so they can make their own choices, we create a protective shield of immunity that not only prevents the spread of disease, but also shields those who cannot be vaccinated. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lucens. Albert Benavides? Is Albert Benavides with us? Okay. Sonia Matthew?
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo and all the members of the City Council. Sonia Matthew, 4218 Lake Apache Drive. I'm here on behalf of the Nueces County Medical Society on 1000 Morgan. So I'm a pediatrician. All the kids are gone, but I'm always committed to the health and well-being of all children and families, particularly those at risk of vaccine-preventable diseases. I wish to express my wholehearted support to the proposal to allocate public fund grant aimed at enhancing the vaccine education, access, outreach, and the identification of inequities and barriers to vaccination. As a pediatrician, I saw the devastating consequences of outbreaks firsthand. I was one of the select few doctors at Driscoll who was taking care of all the COVID patients in the city. So all through COVID and the years after that, we were the hospitalists, the doctors in the hospital taking care of all the little kids who came down with COVID. Not just for Corpus Christi, for all the counties around us, all the counties in the valley, McAllen, Brownsville, Victoria, even from Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, we had patients who had COVID who came down to us. Why? Because all the hospitals were full and all the doctors were sick too. So we did not have enough rooms, enough beds, or enough hospitals for these patients. So we took care of them. Some of them were really sick. Some of them had to go to the ICU, had to be intubated, and had to be put on special machines called ECMO, where the machine breathes for you and beats for you. So we were all very tired. Many doctors, my colleagues, died from this disease. Many of them were really sick too. So what changed? Vaccines came. And after the vaccines came, I could breathe, I could go home, I could rest, I could be a person again, because the disease was not so severe anymore, patients were not getting so sick anymore, and we could live normal lives. That's what vaccine did. As a pediatrician now, I talk about vaccines every day to my patients. When a mom asks me or a dad asks me, doctor, is this vaccine safe for my kid? I tell them that I won't give you anything I won't give to my own son. And Councilman Hernandez, your son went to school with my son. So that's how I look at every kid I look in my office. They're like my own kids. So I won't give you any vaccine or any medicine that I don't give to my own kid. It is safe for you. It is safe for my kid. It is safe for your kid. But let's talk about it. And this grant will let us talk about it. Let us educate it. I'm willing to sit one-to-one with any of you councilmen who had questions about this, so we can talk about it and educate each other more. What's your hesitancy? What's wrong with learning about it and educating yourself more about it? So I would really support this grant, which will provide more funding for more education and more public initiatives. So many people could not get this vaccine because they were not able to reach those centers where you give vaccines, or don't have transportation, or do not have the knowledge or the understanding for this. So please help us with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew. Okay, I think that's our last
it's our
in-person resident.
in-person resident. That's right, Mayor.
So the next two are WebEx?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
The first person is Elizabeth Loika. Ms. Loika? Okay, can barely hear you. We need to turn up the volume a little bit.
Oh, all right. I have the volume high. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We'll see if our communications department can raise the volume a little bit if possible. Okay. Ma'am?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Why don't you
Yes.
go ahead and please state your name and address.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Loika. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm the director of the Family Nurse Practitioner Program here at Texas A&M Corpus Christi College of Nursing and Health Sciences. Thank you for letting me speak today. It's very important to us. I'm representing the nursing faculty, both graduate and undergraduate, at this university. I will say that we were heavily involved in the administration of the vaccines during the COVID crisis, heavily meaning everybody, faculty and students, for months, supporting the health department. This organization, the health department, is very near and dear to our hearts. It's a very special organization that we wholeheartedly support. Most recently, I've noticed under the supervision of Dr. Khan and her leadership, just incredible improvements in terms of the training to support the education and also the treatment of disease surveillance and initiatives that go along with what the public health department has to achieve. We have been heavily involved, since our emphasis is training our nursing students, heavily involved in supporting Dr. Khan, and it's been a wonderful partnership, very collaborative and vibrant. She has started most recently this year a phlebotomy program, which was held here at the university in our simulation lab, and it included her employees, and it included also some of our nursing students. What this does is it streamlines to the community and ensures public safety as they secure lab work in the healthcare environment. Dr. Khan seems very focused on public safety and protection. Also, I was heavily involved with her request to update pelvic exams for her staff to ensure patient safety in women's health. And we're also currently in the development of initiating vaccine support for the schools, particularly for the new migrant population that's increasing their student volume. So there's lots going on. We're excited about it. Faculty asked me to relay, and they're most grateful for the student training opportunities that absolutely opened up. Because, students need to be trained, and that's part of these opportunities. We grab it and we run with it because that just, it's crucial for public safety and practice in the community once they graduate. So again, our thanks to the Public Health Department, and we are here to support in any way that's requested, and we do thank their leadership, Dr. Khan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Hassan Assis. Mr. Assis. Not sure if he's online. Okay, if we can move to the next person, who is Sharon Delsus.
Good day, Sharon Delsus at 6030 Tabor Street. Please play video.
I'm here at my local grocery store where I'm sure to bring my own reusable bags. And these bags are actually from a city I used to live in that had a policy for reusable bags. They had a plastic bag ban. And that's something that we should consider because I found out that in this city, 30 million gallons a day are being used for water from the plastics and fossil fuel companies. So that's why I ride a bike, that's why I try to reduce my plastic consumption, and that's why for Earth Month I'm really trying to emphasize that this is really important. That's why, when you're making a desalination plant, because we have this water shortage, you should also have a conservation policy to reduce our plastic consumption and our fossil fuel consumption.
I just found out that there are ways for industries to reuse their water, and there are actually conferences about that. So that's something to really look into for city policies, encouraging our industries to do that. I'm not anti-business. I'm not saying 100% no plastics and no oil. It is essential, but using it excessively and unnecessarily, there has to be a city policy for that. There are actually existing ones in other cities. Reduce our plastics and find ways to increase walking and cycling, denser urban planning, things like that. They really do make a difference. So please consider that for Earth Day. Again, I will provide the table that shows just how much water these companies consume. Like, there are just so many environmental implications, like the landfill and the water usage. And if we close these companies, like environmentalists are advocating, or reducing their water, which will reduce their production, our consumption is not changing. We'll still be using the plastics. We'll still be going to the restaurants and using the plastic containers. The only thing that's going to change is the prices. When you reduce your supply, the prices go up. And who is going to come in? China, governments with poor human rights records. I saw an article where the Chinese government actually funds environmentalist organizations in America, and they want them to advocate for total destruction of companies, not making better alternatives so we can transition to a more eco-friendly society. So they just want to destroy these companies, but they don't want us to have a system that we can transition to so we can live without those products. Think about that. Having a desalination plant isn't your all-access pass for water. You still have to have these conservation policies in place. It is kind of like an emergency solution to water shortage. It's not the ultimate solution. So the ultimate solution is you have to have a desalination plant, but also you really have to be really, really, really strict with your water conservation policies. At least start with something.
Thank you. Have a good Earth Month.
Thank you, Ms. Delsus. Next, we have Allison Larkin.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to speak for the Partnership for Vaccine Equity. My name is Allison Chavez Larkin. I live at 3261 Austin Street. I am a lifelong Corpus Christian. I went to WB Ray. I left for over a decade, but then returned after residency to practice in this community. My entire family lives here, my parents, my brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews. And so I'm deeply committed to the health of the citizens of Corpus Christi and improving healthcare delivery in Corpus Christi. I'm a physician. I'm board certified in family medicine as well as undersea and hyperbaric medicine. I hold a special certification in wound care. I'm the president of the Nueces County Medical Society currently. And sort of just so everybody knows where I'm coming from, I do take care of sort of chronically ill patients who tend to be immunocompromised. They have autoimmune disease, cancer, other poorly controlled diabetes or complications of diabetes, such as renal disease. And so they have greatly benefited from COVID vaccines, but also a lot of other vaccines that protect patients that have health challenges. When considering speaking to you about this, I was pleased to talk to you because I actually think that the City Council and the Health Department have made really great strides in trying to improve the health of our community. And I think that we want to always consider everything that we do long-term and short-term. Considering the PAVE grant, it kind of reminded me of Schoolhouse Rock. Does anybody remember the one that said, it's great to learn because knowledge is power? I think that we miss the point when we think about jabbing people with an immunization, because what this grant is about education and recognizing the barriers and the areas where we have fallen short as we educate patients about vaccinations. And I think if this last couple hours has taught me anything, there are an awful lot of opportunities there. In my own practice, I always try to stay update with the literature, right? And then if I have questions, I'm going to reach out to my colleagues in other places. And it's interesting to see how sometimes what works in Dallas doesn't work in Corpus Christi. And so I think that having the opportunity to mine what's going on locally, to find out what the barriers are for our community, is really, really important to try to maximize the health of our community, okay? I don't think that we have time today to debate the merits of vaccination, right? I mean, I think that people are very entrenched and we're in a very polarized society, but I hope that we can agree on the importance of education and discussion. And in this case, I think that this is what this grant is all about. I would like to say that in my own practice, I hope that every day I become a better and better physician because I make
Ms.
my best
Larkin,
decisions.
Dr. Larkin, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And the next individual, we do have our non-resident speaking now. The first is April Lovelace.
Hello, April Lovelace, and I work here in Corpus Christi. I want to thank all of y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I work with Amistad Community Health Center. I'm program coordinator there. We work very closely with the health department. We have done many great things with them. They have helped us with health fairs, with vaccine events that we've done, and have done a wonderful job with the pandemic. We appreciate everything that they've done, and we really look forward to doing even more with them in the future. So we hope that you consider them for extending their grant. Thank you.
Next is Kelly Burnett.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. I couldn't look, the first reason I'm here is I couldn't look God in the eye if I didn't.
you state your name and address?
I'm sorry, yes. Go ahead. My name is Captain Kelly. I'm a property owner at 14300 SPID. And I couldn't look my creator in the eye if I didn't come up here and testify. So it's astonishing to me that doctors came up and were pro-vaccine, pro-COVID-19 shots after all of the data that has come in, all of the studies, and that we know now of the adverse effects that the COVID-19 shot perpetrated on the American people. So I'm here to add, I'm here to sully, to damage the reputation of the vaccines. There's really only two main subjects I'd like to cover, and that's autism. And that there's a direct correlation between vaccines and autism. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
address says 410 Sandpiper. That's my neighborhood, so she would definitely live within the city limits. She was only given 1 minute.
Yes, she indicated on her form that she's not a city resident, so we just go off of
Okay.
off of what they indicate on the form, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So the last speaker is Carl Gunther.
Hello, all. My name is Carl Gunther. I'm a vaccine researcher of over 30 years. I have several petitions into the FDA related to various vaccines. The COVID-19 is not one of the worst ones, but it's pretty bad. I have the harm versus benefit ratio established for COVID-19 vaccine at 60-1. And a good portion of that high harm ratio versus benefit is the fact that the virus mutates very rapidly. So the effectiveness of the vaccine decreases very rapidly. And with the large list of side effects and the fact that the benefit is mostly towards people of average age 72, because that's the average age of death of COVID-19, not 30 or 20 or 10. And then you have all those side effects. Thank you.
Can you state your address for the record, Mr. Gunther? I'm sorry.
I live at 430 Copano Ridge Road, Rockport, Texas.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. That'll take us to section G, and that's our board and committee appointments. Where am I?
All right. Mayor and Council.
No, we had already arranged it, Councilman. Thank you. I appreciate that, but we'd already arranged it with Mr. Pollock because we do have members of our military. And so as soon as we'd agreed to doing these appointments, and then we're going to go ahead and pull your item up next after that so you can return to your mission on our base. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for bringing that to our attention, though.
All right, Mayor. If we're ready to proceed, the first board for your consideration is the Airport Board. There are 3 vacancies. John LaRue and Hans Schumann are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Okay, do we have?
So the 2 who are up for reappointment are John LaRue and Hans Schumann.
Okay, we have a motion to reappoint. I don't hear a second.
Okay.
You want a second? Okay, we have a second by Councilman Roy. Okay. Any further discussion? Hey, let me get your,
Do not wish to reappoint the second individual.
Okay, so we have a motion and the second on the floor.
Can we just
proceed with
vote on our first reappointment, which would be John LaRue? Can we have a single vote on just one individual at a time?
Okay, Mr. Barrera right now doesn't want to change his motion, and it's stated on the floor, so we could vote on it and then see what happens. Okay.
so Councilman, was it yours?
No, but I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, we're going to withdraw, and we're going to go ahead and, they've said that they'll go ahead and withdraw that and
Okay, so we're going
allow
to start a
just
new one.
Mr. LaRue.
Okay.
Thank you.
So who's making that motion?
Thank you, Mayor.
You, Mayor?
I make the motion to appoint John LaRue.
All right.
A second to appoint Mr. LaRue?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry. We're
It'll be
supposed to
by
submit
voice.
our-
Oh,
Pardon?
voice?
It'll be by voice.
Oh, it will be. Okay, so we're not using the system.
No,
Oh.
not for this.
Okay, so were there any notes?
I'm sorry, but point Point of order, may I ask why?
It's difficult to program what we're using for multiple people. Oftentimes we're voting for like 4 people that you can't, the system doesn't allow for that.
Can't we just type in the names that we're asking?
Well, it would, if you want to delay.
Can't we, I mean,
Type would.
you know,
right in.
whenever we're doing the appointments, couldn't we, I mean, so that the public can see how we're voting, instead of like we've been doing it how, on a stick of paper.
Right.
So the system doesn't support that yet, but I think it's something they're looking into. Until then, we'll just do the voice, the
Okay.
old-fashioned voice vote until we can see where it goes. I think there's a couple of things they're still working out.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So that
Thank you.
said, it was, did we have any no votes? So it was unanimous to appoint Mr. LaRue.
Correct.
Thank you. So go ahead, Ms. Rebecca.
Okay, so then we would be seeking nominations now for the other 2 positions.
I would like to make some nominations, please. Joe Harvey, Christian Martinez, and Kim Barrientos. Oh, wait, Kim Barrientos and then Christian Martinez. Christian Martinez and Kim Barrientos.
Councilman Hunter.
You put mine in. I'd like to nominate Burris McCree and Alan Guggenheim.
That's what I was gonna,
You got the same ones?
no, I was gonna do Alan.
Okay. Anyone else? So how many do we have so far?
We have 4, ma'am. 4 nominees.
Guggenheim, Martinez, McCree, and I was going to say maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one, Harvey.
Who was the 4th?
She can still nominate.
Oh, they're there. Okay, Harvey.
Ms. Campos nominated.
I'm going to go ahead and I guess withdraw Harvey.
Oh, yeah, and then she said, then she just stated the 2, so I
Just
didn't
the
even
2.
put him. Yeah, I didn't even put him.
Okay, and this is to fill the one.
For
the one.
2 more.
Well, actually, there's 2.
2. Okay. So let's go ahead and
There's 2
start. I'm
positions
going to
open.
close nominations. I'm going to start with Ms. Campos. If you'll state your 2 names, please.
Ms. Martinez, Christian Martinez, and Kim Barrientos.
Now, this is to fill one spot?
No, 2 spots.
2 spots. Then why did we withdraw one of the names?
Because I chose to.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, Councilman.
McCree and Guggenheim.
Martinez and Guggenheim.
Guggenheim.
Just one?
Just one.
Okay. Martinez and McCree.
Martinez and Barrientos.
Martinez and Barrientos.
Martinez and Barrientos.
Barrientos, Guggenheim.
Is that everybody? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we have Martinez and Barrientos. Okay, next we have the Board of Adjustment. There are 7 vacancies representing the following categories: 5 regular members and 2 alternate members. So on this board, Brandon Croson, Priscilla San Miguel, and Robert Reina, they're all regular members. They're seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so then we have 2 regular positions to fill.
Must be something wrong on that last appointment if you 2 are agreeing.
I'd like to nominate Sue Corey.
Sue Corey.
Any other nominations? Lopez. Okay, any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations. We'll start, I'm sorry, this is for,
So we have 2 regular positions. We also have 2 alternates, but I was going to take the regular positions first. So 2 regular positions.
so 2 regular positions.
So it'd be vote for 2.
Okay. We'll start with Councilman Suckley.
Corey and Lopez. Corey and Rios. Corey and Lopez.
Corey and Lopez.
Corey and Lopez.
Corey and Lopez. He's got it.
Yeah, there's no need in voting anymore. Corey and Lopez.
Corey and Rios.
Okay, so the appointees are Corey and Lopez. So that leaves us with the 2 alternate positions.
There's only 2 people on here besides those 2 that we just appointed, right? That applied?
So you've got Hawk, Manzaneres, Lopez, and Potter.
Okay.
So we have 2 alternatives?
Oh, that's right, because she was an appointed. Yep.
That's what I said.
Okay, so
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Rebecca, where are we?
So we need, we're looking for nominations for 2 alternate positions.
Alternate, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll open nominations. Councilman Klein.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to nominate Rios and Hawk.
What? I thought Rios was already.
Rios and Hawk. Okay, any other nominations for the 2 alternate positions? Councilman, let's see, Hernandez, did you have? No. Okay. Okay, we'll close nominations. We have these 2, so maybe I'd like to make a motion to appoint. Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So now we have the Island Strategic Action Committee. There are 4 vacancies, and they represent the following preferred but not required categories. So 1 residential property owner, 1 realtor, 1 environmental group, and 1 Mustang Island representative.
I'd like to make some nominations.
Okay, we'll open nominations.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Victoria Rogers, Nicholas Colossi,
Hang on
Elizabeth.
just a second, so she
Oh,
can.
I'm sorry.
Victoria Rogers, Colosi,
Elizabeth Gillenwater, and Sandy Graves.
Any other nominations? Councilman Suckley.
Like to nominate
Gully and Hips. Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Alan Guggenheim and Cameron Zarguni.
Guggenheim.
Where's
and
that?
Zarguni.
I can't see the name she's writing on there
This
because
is
of our.
so many.
I don't see Guggenheim. Is that?
Yeah, it just keeps going.
Oh, okay, okay.
And,
5, 6, 7.
So this is for.
I'd like to, Mayor, I'd like to
Yes.
nominate, Will Banks. Will Banks, Randy Will Banks.
Will Banks. Randy Wilbanks. This is for parks.
This is for Island
Sorry.
Strategic Action
I meant
Committee.
ISAC, I'm sorry. These are all okay. So do we have everybody? Any other ones? Okay, we'll close nominations. You've got one?
I don't have any nominations, but I have discussion.
Okay, hold on.
Are we closing nominations? I'm sorry. So we're going to close nominations?
No.
No, we're not.
Discussion on nominations.
All right.
So this is Councilman Suckley's district.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything that you would like to discuss with the council going forward on this?
No, other than, we postponed this last month, and we had a relatively limited pool of candidates, and we've had a bunch of well-qualified candidates offer their service to the city. So appreciate everybody's willingness to step forward.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilman Hernandez, did you have something? No? Okay. Okay, so we've closed I'm closing nominations, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that correct? 9? Oh, Wilbanks. I didn't write Wilbanks. Okay. For the one position. I'm sorry, not the one, for 4. For 4. Right.
So we vote 4 times?
I'm sorry, Mayor, what?
No, I was just going over what the people that we've got nominated, so we can go ahead and start. Right.
Okay,
Start
from
to
which
my-
side?
Am I right?
Do we vote for the 4 or?
Vote for 4, yes, ma'am. That's what's open.
Okay. So Rogers, Colosi, Gillenwater, and Graves.
Gully, Guggenheim, Zarguni, and Hibbs.
Guggenheim, Gully, Darguni, and Hibbs. I did? Oh, I did, didn't I? I'm sorry. Let me change that last one to Wilbanks. I apologize. I was looking at the wrong one.
So we're taking it off of Hibbs?
Hibbs, yeah, I'm sorry. My apologies.
And we'll put that on
On
Wilbanks.
Wilbanks, my
Okay.
apologies.
Well, since I put you on the spot, I'll give Wilbanks a vote.
Thank you.
Zarguni, Guggenheim, Gully.
Guggenheim.
Okay.
May I ask, Mr. Pesley, who did you vote for instead of Hibbs? Wilbanks. Okay, thank
Wilbanks,
you.
yes.
Okay, Colosi, Graves, Hibbs, and Zarguni.
Rogers, Gillenwater, Sargoni, and Hibbs.
Zargoni, Gully, Guggenheim, and Hibbs.
Gillenwater, Rogers, Gillenwater.
The third one.
Rogers, Hibbs, and Graves.
Gully, Hibbs,
Wow.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am. So there would be Gully, Hibbs, Guggenheim, and Zarguni.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one is Sister City Committee. We have one vacancy. I'm sorry, Parks. And also for the record, Sharon Del Seuss, she withdrew her name from consideration this morning.
For Sister City, okay.
Right.
I mean,
My apologies, it's Parks.
Right. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open nominations.
Dr. Woods.
No, Lawrence Vetta.
Audrey Parmar, Parmar.
Okay, any other nominations? Okay. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with Councilman Suckley.
Woods.
Woods. Vetta.
Do we have 3 Woods? Yeah. Vetta?
Woods.
Woods.
Audrey Parmar.
Okay. So Woods is appointed. Now we have the Sister City Committee, and there's one vacancy.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open nominations. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Wally Gonzalez.
So Benavides, Gonzalez.
I'd like to nominate
Gonzalez.
Jessica Para, Para.
I'll nominate Rodriguez. Sarah Rodriguez. Any other nominations? Soto, okay. Okay, we'll close nominations. And we have one, correct?
Yeah, just one slot, ma'am.
We'll go ahead and start with Councilwoman Campos.
Jessica Para.
Gonzalez. It's Gonzalez with a Z.
It's a tough one.
Benavides.
And this is the illustrious judge
Yes.
that plays basketball.
Yeah.
So I will be voting for him because he'll be working on our basketball courts. Probably
That's
the
Sister
only one.
City.
This is Sister City.
That's right, whatever.
He'll be traveling.
Unless he's going to do it
Too
in
long.
Italy.
I guess he's not going to help us with basketball. courts.
Rodriguez.
Been a long nomination process.
Oh, Rodriguez.
Benavides.
Benavides. He does have a lot of.
Oh, great. Okay. So it's going to be a runoff between Benavides and Rodriguez, it looks like.
Is it, I thought it was 4-3.
Ma'am?
I thought the vote was 4-3.
It's 4-2.
Has to have 5.
Right.
Oh, I see. Right.
So the two highest vote getters would be those, Benavides and Gonzalez.
Ms. Campos, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Rodriguez. I'm sorry, Rodriguez.
I am proud to say Judge Benavides.
I'm going to still say Gonzalez.
Really?
Well, you're not up there.
No, you can't.
Mr. Pesley?
Wait, Rebecca, how do you vote for someone who's not on this?
It's not, I mean, I thought he was joking. Yeah, because he's not on here.
Is he
So the
not voting?
runoff, we're in a runoff between two people.
I understand that, but is he voting or not? What, I mean, do you know his intent?
I wouldn't count it, I
Councilman
didn't count it as a
Hernandez, what
vote.
is your intent here?
Okay, he's abstaining.
That's what we need to know.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, you too.
Everybody's abstaining? Well,
He has a lot of experience in this. I wish he put his name on Parks and Rec though, but I'll go with Judge Benavides.
okay. Rodriguez.
He hosts them every time they come into town.
Rodriguez.
Okay.
Okay, so Benavides is appointed. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Thank you.
it's my
Okay.
understanding, Mayor, it's my understanding that staff is looking at how we proceed with Sister City, and I
Yes.
anxiously await that.
Yes. Yes, that's true. So the Sister City Committee is under, well,
Review.
Yeah,
under review, I should say, and they're having conversations with where better that committee would fit in terms of really it working at its fullest potential. And so they're talking to the chamber right now, working closely with my office in that endeavor. We're very supportive of what is being done now, the progress, because that's exactly what it would be. It would be progress in terms of not only the sister city as we know it today, which I know, Councilman, is kind of your question, how do we know it today? But what it can be, and that would be relations between countries as well as cultural exchanges. So that is happening now, and Councilman Pusley did bring that to our attention, so thank you, because it absolutely needed to.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring up item number 16. Oh, yes, Councilman Hunter.
Or along with Councilman Pusley's point, it might be good to put someone on the Sister Cities Committee as a non-voting member
Ex officio.
for CVB.
Oh, yeah, that's in the plan. That's, yeah.
Awesome, great.
Yes.
Thank you. And then another thing is we have been given 94 pages of resumes for one board. That's how many pages it was. So can we do something to condense that? Because I mean, everyone's done great things, but highlighting the importance of some of the individuals, giving us 10 pages.
And trying to read that in Legistar is impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
We could do, we could summarize that information for you, I guess, and just do a summary of the highlights of it, and then upon request, give you a full one. Maybe something like that, but I can
Maybe
talk
think
to you
about it, Rebecca, and then let us know how we can maybe condense it and make it
We'll think of some
efficient.
suggestions.
The
and then
form
ask
that
you
you
for
have
yours.
them fill out for the city part, I have no interest in that.
Yeah.
I want to see their resume.
Okay.
That's all I care about.
Councilman Barrera?
And if I may add, making it searchable,
Yeah.
because all we do is scan it in. There's got to be a way IT can say, I can search a keyword to get to that person's name, because I'm scrolling, and if I'm doing it, that's one reason I don't use iLegislate. If I'm scrolling and I've got to go through 90 pages, then all of a sudden it's hard just to.
Maybe there's a way to, I think you can tab it, but let me look, let me see what, thank you for the feedback, and let me see what we can do to make it
IT
easier
had
to
actually
look at.
promised Rebecca and I 2 years ago that they were going to look for a replacement for Legistar because it is antiquated beyond antiquated.
You know, that's an upcoming agenda item, as you're probably aware, so that should help.
Yes.
Thank you. Good comments, good comments. Councilwoman Campos?
And to that point, Councilman Pusley, about what is it that you look for in an applicant, I always look for the big why. So just FYI.
You can get.
You can, I mean, everybody's got their
You're welcome
preference.
to get whatever you
Everybody's
want.
got their preference. I'm
That's
just
right.
saying
That's fine.
to the applicants,
don't call me out because I said something.
whenever you
Just
fill
state
it
whatever
out,
you
just
want.
state
Yeah, okay, that's
why.
good.
And
Thank you.
Just state
Yeah.
whatever you want. You don't
Moving
have to
on.
call
Thank
me
you.
out. I didn't call you out.
Councilman Hernandez.
I'm in the middle here.
Go.
No, but I have to agree with that I legislate. So there's two different things here. We're using I legislate for ads and Legistar for that's on our website. Are they the same system? Under
Yes.
Granicus?
It's the same system.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And when is that going to come to us? Because a lot of the issues that we come across, you have to scan, and you're sliding. Maybe we can reduce the amount of questions on the application or make it a little more, condense it more. That way, it's not like 5 pages for each application and then a resume. And then ask them to include only 2 pages on their resume. I don't need.
Oh, yes.
10
Some
pages
of them are very long. If it's like a curriculum
Right.
vitae, it's super long.
Yeah, for some reason, every professor needs to list every
Yes,
paper
they do.
wrote and every book they signed or whatever. I don't know, just crazy. I don't need that.
So summing up, it's just a condensed way of getting you this information so you can look, it's searchable and you can get to it more quickly than you are now, considering the
I
number
want to
of
know their
applicants.
experience, not their. not what they
I
wrote.
think you make it more efficient so it's not so long. And I think that's the bottom line here.
Right.
Bring us back some options or, see what you can figure out.
Right.
Thank you. So we're going to go to item 16. That's a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental support agreement with the Naval Air Station of Corpus Christi, or NASCC. Mr. Skrabarczyk. Thank you. I don't think it's on. Rebecca, can you turn that on? Yes, ma'am. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations for the City of Corpus Christi, here today with a IGSA with Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. And before we begin, I want to recognize our military partners who are here in today's attendance and have been working with us and staff throughout this entire process. Of value to the Navy and to the city would be this agreement to strengthen our partnership. So IGSAs are collaborative partnership agreements for designated services. And the idea behind them is they can help create efficiencies or economies of scale for the partners. The IGSA is essentially seen as a tool by the military in their procurement of services. And the hope is that those efficiencies or economies of scale, the cost savings, help leverage their strengths and enable their budgets to go further. In addition, it has the added benefit of strengthening our relationship with the naval base.
Motion to approve.
Slide,
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second, but I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 16?
Don't convince us otherwise.
Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. Is there any further discussion, any comments? Okay, then we will go ahead and submit our votes. And item number 16 passes. Unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And I'll just say on their behalf, I know that they would pass along their thanks to the council and the continued partnership and support of Naval Air Station Corpus
Yes,
Christi.
Captain Jerica, thank you for being here. Commander Josh Sharp as well. Yes, thank you all for being here today. We appreciate the partnership. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Ben Pollock, of course. Okay, well, with that, we're going to go ahead. It is 2 o'clock, so we are going to break for lunch. The council is going to go into executive session on items numbers 20 through 22 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. We will return.
Rebecca.
Okay, good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And do we have any action, ladies or gentlemen?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the execution of all documents necessary to settle the case of Douglas Edward Taylor III versus City of Corpus Christi in an amount not to exceed $165,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, submit your vote, please. No, it hasn't turned in.
She broke it.
The motion passes unanimously. So is there any other item? Councilman, let's see, Hernandez, hang on a sec. Yes, sir.
Okay, motion to authorize issuance of an evaluation of the city auditor with a final rating of 3 out of 4 and increase the auditor's salary by 5% based on said evaluation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. We're going to go ahead and go to our consent agenda. Is there anyone that would like to pull an item on the consent agenda, which consists of items number 4 through 14? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. We have a motion and we have a second. Okay, any further discussion? Please submit your vote.
Sorry, I'm still looking at the stuff in the last agenda so I can prove possibly wrong.
Okay, the motion carries. And that will take us to section L, which is individual consideration items 15 through 18. Item number 15 is an ordinance repealing ordinance number 033276, which approved the acceptance of the $75,000 Partnership for Vaccine Equity or PAVE grant as requested by council members Hunter, Pusley, and Hernandez. Dr. Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council.
Thank you.
Mayor, there's no presentation by Dr. Khan, so.
Oh, I was waiting on you too. Okay.
Right, so if there's any questions,
Did you want to?
Council, Dr. Khan's here.
Sure. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. I'm going to refer to Councilman Pusley, Hunter, and Hernandez. You put this item on the agenda? Okay.
My microphone online.
Well, actually, Gil he kind of raised his hand first, and then we'll go down the line.
Okay, this is something that I voted against back when it came up for council, and have had several people ask us to bring this back to council so we can discuss it and vote against it. I thought it was kind of interesting that some of the doctors that came and spoke, one of them lives down the street from me, one's a good friend, and the other one I didn't know, but I thought it was kind of interesting. And what I was really disappointed in was how they were conflating the COVID mRNA injection to other vaccines. No one's talking about other vaccines, right? But they were saying that if you're against this vaccine, you're against all vaccines, or what's called a vaccine. It is not the case. It has never been the case. No one is suggesting that that's the case, but what you're reflectively doing is you're creating they're conflating the two, putting doubt on every other vaccine. So we shouldn't be doing that. Now, that's not, when I voted against the PAVE grant, I asked if we could use it exclusively for the flu vaccine versus the COVID-19 vaccine. You said that it was not possible. So therefore, I voted against it. Also, there's always kind of a level of trust you have to have in your medical profession. If you don't have that, then people won't seek that help, that medical professional help. And there's been history of scenarios where things have happened, and I won't get into some of them, like the study at the Tuskegee Institute, where they were studying syphilis without informing the people that were getting the injections. And then they also mentioned how we're seeing the increase of preventable diseases that could have been prevented by vaccines. Well, it's somewhat disingenuous when you have open borders and you're allowing everybody to come in without any medical evaluation, and then blame people not taking vaccines for having that issue. Again, that was also mentioned by some of the people in public comment. I don't want to make it about that. Should always be about this particular mRNA vaccine or injection and what we've always been talked about. Like I said, I've had personal experience with this issue. And I won't get into any names, but it was a friend of my son's that was a very healthy, active swimmer, competitive swimmer, that after taking this particular injection was emaciated by it and did not recover for it for almost a year and a half, or get back to, I don't think he's even back to where he was. Now, what I'm reflecting is that we have to provide that kind of information, but I don't think we should be targeting people and trying to get them to take a shot without giving them the forewarning of it. So a lot of this is kind of tied to that and has nothing to do with any other vaccine, only this one specifically. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. The health department promotes all vaccines, all childhood vaccines, all adult vaccines that are recommended by ACIP, that's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And these vaccines come to us through Texas Department of State Health Services. So we promote all vaccines. Since last year, we have stopped promoting COVID-19 vaccine. We have taken down all our advertisements, all our billboards, all our flyers that talk specifically about COVID. So we promote all immunizations. And what you shared your concern, the form that I just shared with you, this talks about the side effects, the risk of, and this is given to every client that comes through our doors. And I have this for each and every vaccine. We have a vaccine information statement. So we have hepatitis vaccine, MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, every vaccine that, again, all vaccines, childhood and adult immunization vaccines. We have this vaccine information statement that talks about the risk, everything, and we share it and we start the conversation. They're also available in all other languages. So this is our way of educating the community. And this is what we give. We also ask for a consent. So again, vaccine is a choice. We promote all vaccines and we educate people, and we are open for questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khan. I'm going to move on to Councilman Pusley.
Thank you for that explanation. And just to further echo what Councilman Hernandez says, my concern on this from the get-go, because I was the one who pulled it off of the consent agenda when we originally voted off on this, is the fact that, you know, when COVID first hit and the vaccine was made available, my wife and I contacted our physician, who we've been going to for many years, and said, should we take this? And he said, yes, at your age, you should take this. So we did. I took 2 vaccines. My wife took 2, and we both got a booster. In fact, I'll remember the second vaccine for as long as I live, because I sat in my car for 5.5 hours waiting to get that vaccine in 28-degree weather. So now that same physician is telling us that we should not get any more of them. And so, and we advised our kids when the COVID vaccine came out not to take it. We just felt that there wasn't enough known about it to justify them taking it, plus giving it to their children, our grandkids. So my issue has always been, with respect to this, is how we educate this, because if the people taking this, because if I understand this grant correctly, it's targeting people who are low income, minorities, and that kind of group of people who may ordinarily not have access to the kind of health care like some of us are fortunate to have. And so I just want to be sure that these people, and I know you say you furnish them and you showed all these things, but are we making certain that they really understand the ramifications of taking this vaccination, and that we fully counsel them like a physician would about, okay, what kind of medications are you taking? Is this going to have an impact on you because of the type of medication? As you all know, any of us who go to the doctor now, the first thing they ask you for is, well, I need a list of the medications you're taking now, before they'll give you anything else. And so the education part of this is a big issue. So I just want to make sure that we are providing that information to these folks and let them know that this particular vaccination is brand new. I mean, somebody here this morning mentioned other vaccinations like the measles vaccination. Well, they've been giving those for decades. So we kind of know what to expect from those. This is something that's come within the last 4 years. And my question to you is, are we using this to purchase the vaccination to give it? Or are we using this for educational purposes? I mean, what exactly is this $75,000 doing?
Councilman, no amount of this funding can be used to purchase any immunization.
Okay.
We cannot administer immunizations. No clinical staff is being paid out of this grant to administer. So this is purely for the purpose of gathering information from the community and reaching out to them as what channels do they use to get that information.
Then why did it say in our information we received that if they refused to take the vaccination, they were to be reported to the federal government?
Councilman, I am not aware of this. This is not part of our grant application. We have never done it.
It was in the verbiage that we received.
No, Councilman, nowhere in our grant. It's a choice. We have never forced vaccine. We have never pushed vaccine. And again, just like I said.
No, I didn't say you were pushing it. I just said it was my understanding that this whatever you were doing with this $75,000 required you to collect this information and provide it back to the federal government.
we provide it to the grantor. A grantor is National Association of County and City Health Officials,
Okay.
and we are all a member of it.
Right.
So it's a very large organization. It's not a federal organization. They are grantors, and they have multiple grants such as environmental preparedness. They have STI grants. So they make grants, and they also provide technical assistance. And again, it's a resource to us as health departments where we can reach out to them for questions. Even for this grant, our assessments and others, we had multiple.
Where does the funding come from?
From NACHO, and it comes from Centers for Disease Control.
Which is,
But we share information with NACHO.
which is a federal government agency.
Centers for Disease Control, yes, sir.
Okay. So ultimately, this money comes from the federal government.
Yes, we receive it through NACHO.
So what are you reporting back to this agency?
We are going to share the results of the survey, and those are, again, anonymous results. We do not know who answered those questions. It's our way to understand what are the barriers that our community sees, what are the challenges, where do they want to get information. So those are questions that we are going to share. There's no mention about any, what you other mentioned before.
Okay. Well, and I don't want to see us refusing grant money. You know, in business, I've always lived by the creed, if they're in your office with a check, don't let them get away. So we certainly want to take advantage of any of that we can because it helps us in the long run. But I just want to be assured that the people that we're educating about this understand what could be consequences for them based on their age and their physical condition and their medications that they're taking, all of those things, so that we are not in a position of putting people in danger because they decide, based on what we tell them, to take this immunization.
Your point is well taken. That is why we want to do more town halls that will be supported by this grant, and our local health authority and other physicians. We are also doing walk with the doctor so people can come and ask questions. So we are doing lots of interventions going into the community, answering concerns and questions.
Okay.
And I agree, Councilman Pusley, returning the grant is going to hurt our future funding opportunities, chances of our future funding opportunities.
Okay. All right. That's all I have right now, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Dr. Khan, thank you for coming and giving a little more clarification. The first time this was presented, you and I shared some communications, and now this time shared some more communications. I appreciate the conversations as well. And yesterday evening, I spoke to Steve Vieira as well. And so just correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure I'm not misstating anything. So in the memo that the three council members put together, the last phrase mentioned reappropriating the money to a different fund. And with this being a grant and being rigid and specific as to how those monies need to be spent, there is no opportunity to reallocate the money or reappropriate it to another fund, is my understanding. And so if we were to give this back, I think Steve may have said that we've already spent about $30,000 of the $75,000. So if we're to give it back, we're going to give back, 75 plus the 30 we've already absorbed. So we're going to spend $100,000 or lose 75 plus the 30 we've spent. So we just need to understand the financial part of it. And so my basis for supporting it in the first place, and based off the additional conversations and communications I had with you and Steve, were that nowhere, no place are we going to talk about the COVID vaccine specifically. We're going to talk about immunizations in general, education of those immunizations, communication of those immunizations, but in no place are we going to talk about the COVID. I understand the COVID mRNA is obviously the lightning rod here, and but we also, based off the 4 physicians we heard today and all the medical experts, is the benefit of having vaccines in general. Not, again, the mRNA, but vaccines in general. So that would be where my support would come from, is the fact that we're not talking about COVID, we're not educating COVID, we're not encouraging COVID, We're talking about vaccines and immunizations in general. So that's correct.
Yes, Councilman, that is absolutely correct. We are going to promote and educate the community on all vaccinations, all immunizations, age-appropriate, childhood immunizations, and adult immunizations.
Okay. I guess that's all I have for now. Thank you. I appreciate the folks that came out and spoke about it, and I understand, again, there's a lightning rod here on the COVID part of it. Appreciate everyone's support for and against and hearing all sides of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. So you had to have listened to some of the claims made by some of our citizens during public comment, both pro and against. I guess the biggest issue that we have, that I have to deal with, is voting for this the first time to realize after I voted for it that there's millions of people that have either died or had direct effects that have led to physical injuries, disabilities, and all kinds of things, or just severe sicknesses. What is y'all's statistical information to combat what they are saying? Is that true? Is that not true? What stats do we have to back up our position in going forward with the mRNA COVID vaccination grant?
I would let our local health authority to come and speak a little on the mRNA vaccine, and then I can add to his comments.
Sure, thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Councilman and Ms. Mayor. So about the COVID mRNA vaccines, the death rate is, sorry. Okay, I'm a local health authority, Srikant Ramachandruni. And I'm an infectious disease specialist also.
Nueces County?
Nueces.
Yeah, Dr. Ramachandruni he works for us. He's a contractual employee and assists Dr. Khan in the operation at the health department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. So the statistics wise, the deaths have been, actually, it's no greater than any non-COVID patients. So in fact, the deaths from the COVID vaccines is pretty much what they're saying in the studies. It's like zero, pretty much, they were saying. So if you talk about non-COVID patients and COVID patients, vaccine patients and the COVID patients, the risk of death is pretty much similar. So it is not millions of deaths. And COVID affects the blood vessels. If you think about it, it can cause blood clots, and so that thereby strokes and heart attacks and all those things happen. The statistics-wise...
So strokes and heart attacks don't cause death?
Yeah, they do, but COVID, not because of the vaccine. The COVID itself affects the blood vessels, so the blood vessels go everywhere. So this...
But isn't a vaccine just a smaller percentage entered into a large volume of the...
So the...
Get your body used to the virus or bacteria, whatever the vaccination is? Isn't that the definition of it?
Yeah, so the COVID vaccine is an mRNA, right? It goes into the cell and it produces the spike protein. It's not the virus we're giving.
Correct.
It's just the mRNA that codes for the spike protein, which is a part of the virus. And the spike protein attaches to the cells of the blood vessels and the brain everywhere it goes. So the spike protein itself is not a virus. It won't cause the problem. In fact, the blood clot incidence is about, you're talking about 2 cases out of 100,000, whereas blood clots with the COVID itself is about 4,000 for 100,000. So it is many-fold with just by COVID. With the COVID vaccine itself, it causes like 1.5 cases, like you're talking about 100,000. So not even 100,000, 1 million cases. So it's very negligible that COVID vaccine causes the side effects. And even if you're talking about, there was a study mentioned in the public comment, about 99 million people were studied, and there was an incidence of neurological side effects and everything. The incidence of that is also 1.3 cases per million. So very few cases. And those were in fact, caused by AstraZeneca vaccine. They're not used in U.S.
So you're saying out of 1 million vaccinations given, only 1.3 of the patients will suffer either being sick or passing away?
Passing away, I won't say it. There is no real
1.3 negative side effects.
negative side effects in terms of neurological side effects. Some people will say Guillain-Barré syndrome or encephalitis or meningitis, things like that. So very, very, very negligible side effects were reported with the vaccinations, COVID vaccines.
Okay, well, that's quite a big difference
Very big, yeah.
from your opposition is saying.
Yes.
Millions to one.
Yeah. A lot of studies were reported in JAMA and NEJM everywhere. There's a lot of literature around there. So,
When I think pretty much everyone up here probably knows somebody that was negatively affected by a COVID vaccine. So I find that extremely hard to believe.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go, so we're probably not going to see eye to eye on that. I thought y'all were going to give me, maybe meet in the middle with them, or maybe just say they over-exaggerated and that they're worse in numbers. I don't think anyone's going to believe 1.3 out of 1 million out of a drug that was created 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So what's your relationship with the people that came up here and were pro-public comment on the vaccination? Because they all said that they knew you and that they worked with y'all and that y'all have great relationships.
Councilman, we are public health. Our mission is to prevent disease and promote health. We work with hospital systems, we work with fire, we work with police, we work with every department because public health is so broad that we have a lot of partners.
So you have good relationships with them?
I believe so.
That was
Yes,
the
sir.
question. Thank you.
Because that is how our programs are successful, so that we can, just like you must be seeing our neighborhood fitness event or the large event that we just did at the Ocean Drive, it was only possible because we could work with a lot of departments.
You do know that it is, the thing that bothers me the most about this happened today, that y'all brought in people that you work with on the city level. This is a city group that you work with, and you brought them in to speak on your behalf, or is that not true?
Nueces County Medical Society is not a city group, sir. The hospital.
I said that you work with. Y'all are the city group. You work with them. In collaboration with them.
Councilman, we are the biggest public health.
Sure, as of a year and a half ago.
I'm sorry?
As of a year and a half ago.
Yes, and we are building partnerships with the groups.
And those
that are
were some of
working.
your partners that came in to speak.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I think that since I jumped around on all my questions, I believe that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
I want to digress for a moment because I want to understand. I've listened to what you said to Council Member Suckley and the kind of the whole scope of what you're planning on doing with this grant. So if I understand it, one of the things that you said is that with this grant, you will not be giving any vaccinations.
True.
Of any type.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Number two, you said that you're going to educate the community.
Yes, Councilman.
But in this grant, doesn't it specify in terms of what community members that you are to educate? So can you review that with me and tell me the population of the community that under this grant it requires you to educate?
Councilman, when the opportunity came to us, yes, we picked two groups to work with because historically underrepresented populations, they are also facing economic challenges. The health disparities are higher there and health outcomes are poor.
What are the two groups?
We picked LGBTQ and also African American. But when we designed the survey, we realized this is important information, so we opened it to general public.
So which is it? You're saying now that you're going to go ahead and use the funds to educate the general population, or for the purpose of this grant, are you primarily going to focus on the LGBTQ population and African American?
We started there, and that is where we got collaboration, and we made 2 partnerships with NAACP and Coastal Bend Pride Center.
So you have a partnership with the NAACP?
Yes, sir.
And what was the premise that you wanted to basically work on those 2 particular groups based on our community? What was your rationale that you thought you would start there, that you could, can you answer? I don't want to lead you to the question, but I want you to answer that.
Because immunization rates are lower in those population groups. We have seen, just like I mentioned, the health outcomes are not good and they face more health disparities. So we wanted to reach out to those groups. But again, what we learned from our community is that we can apply those lessons to the broader community. So when we talk about vaccine education, we are going to have town halls where we'll have experts come in and answer people's question. And that is how we are going to open it to general public.
So there's no requirement by the group that gave you this money that you have to report back to them how many members of the African American community that you've contacted, or how many of the LGBTQ community?
We have that number.
I'm asking, do you have to report that back statistically?
Yes. We do share that
Dr. Khan,
information.
it's not required as part of the grant, right? That's not a grant requirement. That's your own. I'm looking at the grant right now. So there's no requirement that says you must partner with those 2 groups and report back only on those 2 groups?
No, those are the groups that we chose
You've
to work
chosen
with.
those groups,
Yes.
right?
So you chose those groups because you think you can make the biggest impact?
I'm sorry?
Why did you choose, you said you chose those groups because you felt you could there was the biggest need?
Yes, there was big need. Just like I mentioned, the immunization rates are low in those groups.
The historically low, Councilman, and those 2 groups Dr. Khan has worked with in the past, so there's probably some familiarity and comfort level in working with the 2 groups. So that's probably some of the reason.
I think the one group was here today basically stating that you do work with them. The health clinic, right? I think the other
Coastal
lady.
Bend Wellness Foundation, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so in the past, you've worked with the NAACP as far as from a public health perspective?
We have met with them on several other occasions, but for this grant, we created this partnership with them so that we could reach out to more people through them.
Have you already started working under the grant? It was awarded, so you've already started doing the work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's see, we have Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Dr. Khan, for being here, and really for all the physicians and healthcare workers that were here, and also actually celebrating Laboratory Week, right? And just to answer Councilman Hunter's point as to bringing some of the physicians that came and made public comment, I will say this right now. I was the one that called the Nueces Medical Society because I was concerned with the trend that that I was seeing. And then when this agenda item came, to us, I said, okay, we're going to need to hear the facts. So I made a concerted effort to call the Nueces Medical Society to see if they could at least, let the physicians know. Yesterday I reached out to Driscoll because, of course, the children and the vaccinations, and we know how important all this is. So it is getting lost. A lot of misinformation is going back and forth, and really I'm everybody, we're not going to agree. We're not going to agree on this particular issue with some of the public commenters, but I hope that we can agree that this money that we were granted is good for the community, is good for the people to get informed. I mean, I was saying that anytime that I ever go and get a prescription, it tells you the pharmacist. I've never had, I think, a physician tell me the side effects, but the pharmacist does. Whenever I go and fill my prescription, they go over, what the side effects are and this and that. So I'm very grateful, to the pharmacists, again, to the medical community. But but the bottom line is that most people, if they go through the medical, process, if you have a physician, you will be given the information. And thank God that we do have, we have very reputable doctors and nurses and lab technicians that are here to help us. I mean, 4 years ago when people were dying, we didn't know what to expect. I mean, there was just so much tragedy. I mean, there was, and thank God that there was something that we were able to work together, and I'm just grateful. Thank you, Dr. Khan, for being one of those persons that is here to lead all of us together in preventing diseases. That's what I had a conversation with you, and that's what your mission is. It's to prevent disease, and this is what this grant will do, is to promote education. So, of course, I'm not going to be supporting this. I think we should have approved it and stayed approved. So I thank you for being here, and I thank all the other people that came. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilman.
Oh, just as a question, since you mentioned my name, Councilmember Campos, what was the name of the individual that you asked to be here?
Go ahead.
I didn't ask any individuals. I asked, all the individuals that I did ask didn't come, but actually two. I only knew two doctors. I only knew two doctors.
Did you ask those specific individuals that spoke this morning?
No, I called, no, I
Thank
did
you.
not. I called the Nueces Medical Society, and I called Driscoll Hospital. I spoke to their administrator, actually at those two, thank God that those two women that are the administrative assistants to those two entities were able to communicate what I was trying to say. I said, this is going to be on the agenda item, and I would like for somebody from, Driscoll and from someone from the Nueces County Medical Society to come and make public comment. So no, I didn't individually ask these doctors, but I called the Driscoll and Nueces County Medical.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Dr. Khan, I wanted to kind of go back and circle with this with you because I want to make sure there's no confusion. On when we first had this come up to us back when we were still at the RTA building at that Thursday meeting, the summary in which that on the agenda memo was specifically the purpose of the grant contract is to improve understanding and current barriers to the COVID-19 and influenza vaccinations for adults in local jurisdictions. Through support of NACHO, CCNC, PhD, will identify and address the following. Decrease in vaccine hesitancy. And when I say vaccine, I mean the COVID-19 and influenza vaccine. Engagement in community stakeholders and influential messengers to support vaccine messaging. Increase vaccine education and delivery at the community level. And when I say vaccine, still those two vaccines. Facilitate relationships between vaccine providers and the community to increase vaccine confidence and access opportunities. So when we say vaccine, and this is the problem I had with some of our public commenters, is that they were conflating all vaccines with these two, right? And more specifically, the COVID-19 vaccine. So I want to make sure this PAVE grant is for the COVID-19 and the influenza vaccine, but no other vaccine.
Councilman, when we wrote this grant, that was earlier last year. Since then, we have had a Rider 40 that passed in Texas 88 legislature, and now we can no longer promote COVID-19 exclusively. So we would be talking about all vaccines.
Okay, but that's not what this grant says. The grant says specifically, and then I went to the NACHO website and asked, and there was two sets of grants, or SWOA and SWOB. One, the campaign communication strengthening COVID-19 and influenza uptake, And then the other one was enhanced communication campaign, coordinating, collaborating with partners to develop strategies to strengthen the COVID-19 and influenza uptake. So if we're not allowed to specifically address the COVID-19 vaccine as a state, based on legislation, how is it that we can accept the grant that specifically says that we have to enhance the communication campaign and strengthen the COVID-19 influenza uptake?
Councilman, again, this grant was to gather information from the community. We did a survey. Again, the communication plan is yet to be developed with the technical assistance with the grantor, and that is where we are heading towards all immunizations.
Okay, but what you're saying doesn't correspond with what's written. Decrease COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy. Engagement of community stakeholders and influential messengers to support COVID-19 vaccine messaging. Increase vaccine education and delivery at a community level. So what you're saying isn't corresponding with what's written.
Councilman, just like I mentioned, this grant was written earlier last year. Things changed afterwards. When I mentioned about the Texas 88 legislature, things changed afterwards. That is why our survey, yes, it talked about immunizations. It talked about how do you get information from the health department. Those are all the questions. But our communication plan is yet to be done, and we are going to do it for all vaccines, all childhood recommended vaccines and all adult recommended vaccines.
Okay, so are we eligible for this grant because we're not mentioning COVID and influenza specifically?
Yes. Again, we are working with the grantors, and again, things have changed throughout Texas, so they are aware of it.
Do we have written documentation from Nacho saying that that's the case?
I don't have anything written. But again, we have been working with our grantor, and we have been keeping them informed on all the responses that we got through the survey. We also, all the public comments that we have received, we are keeping them informed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, so when you said a while ago when you applied for this grant, you identified two groups of individuals that you were going to target in this education program. Can you tell me again what those were? What two?
They were African Americans and LGBTQ.
Okay. And after you received the grant, you changed that target. Is that correct?
Councilman, we worked with two agencies that helped us share the survey. We shared the survey, but when we were getting the information, we also opened it to the general public so we could get more information, because if it's about understanding what are the barriers, we opened it to all other groups as well.
So along with what Councilman Hernandez is saying, did you receive permission from Nacho?
Councilman, we have been working with that.
To
yeah.
change your target audience, I guess I'd say?
No, Councilman, we are still telling them we reached out to the target audience. We did, like, the survey was open to the target audience, but it was also, some people did not want to identify, so we opened it on our Facebook, and people could share their information on there.
So now it's open to anybody and everybody?
No, the survey is closed.
Well, but it was.
It was open to all.
At some point, you opened it to the general public. But you didn't seek any approval from Nacho to do that?
We have been working closely with Nacho.
Okay, well, that's, if I were in a court of law, I'd say that was an evasive answer. And it's a yes or no. Did you receive permission from them to change your target audience?
Councilman, again, our purpose was to get education. I can double check, but yes. We worked closely. They have calls with us, and we share this is where we are. And again, it's a technical assistance program. It's a technical assistance grant. So we work with other health departments as well, and we just to get as much information as we could from our community.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. So I want to say in closing, I sincerely appreciate what you and your department does. I've been associated with the Nueces County Nueces and City of Corpus Christi Health District for a very long time, in my former life as a county commissioner, and when I came to this body and we talked about devolving that and the city taking it over, I was 100% in favor of that because I thought the partnership was not working and had not worked for a very long time. And so, especially when it was with respect to funding, I thought the city was carrying a much bigger burden of the funding than what was actually being shown. So I think it's a great thing for this community to have. I fully support what you're trying to do, but as a representative of a large constituency of people, as an at-large member of this city council, I also have to bring concerns that I hear in the general public that there is, as you know, all you have to do is turn the news on. There is a lot of discrepancies you hear back and forth about the COVID vaccine and its whether it helps or not. Maybe 10 years from now or 15 years from now, we'll have the solid answers. But at this point, I don't think we do. And I just want to be sure that we're educating people to that fact.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe you answered, we are educating people on vaccines.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Right?
that's what the grant is about. And we want to do more town halls.
Right.
We want people to come in and ask questions. We
Right.
want to have webinars with our recognized medical providers so people can come and ask questions.
Right, that's what I thought I heard. Okay. I don't see any other questions or lights on. What I'm going to do is ask for public comment. I believe we have 2 commenters that were waiting for the item. Mr. Sean Flanagan?
Sean Flanagan, 4218 Herndon Street. Very interesting display we've just seen. Dr. Khan stated in conversation with Councilman Suckley that they were not going to emphasize the COVID-19. They were not going to do anything about COVID-19. Councilman Hernandez, having read what I read, is what the study was. The study's all about COVID-19. It is not about an educational process. If you read, it's about an indoctrination process that you accept. We want to find out why people aren't taking these vaccines, and we want to change that so they take the vaccines. Now, we are not talking about vaccines in general. We're talking about the flu and the COVID-19 vaccine. Also, my understanding was what was stated by Dr. Khan is they can't change the study so you just do flu vaccines. You can't take that out, which is curious because the study that you were given to approve after the state law went into effect essentially violated state law. Further, she changed the target audience without getting written approval from the people that did her the grant based upon her what she made the statements here. There is a large problem here. Further, we had a gentleman, and I don't remember your name, that basically gave a totally contradictory to what previous speakers have said about the negative effects of COVID. If Dr. Khan truly believed what this gentleman was saying here, one would say that she would not consent to take the COVID-19 out. She'd say, well, we might be forced to, but it's such an important thing for the health of our city that we need to keep doing it. That's not what she said. If what this gentleman said is true, it would be indisputable as for the good health of our city, that we continue to push and do the COVID-19 vaccinations. However, every day, new evidence cascades out as to how harmful the COVID-19 vaccine has proven. And they might not be up to date on what the latest evidence is, but it's out there. And if you stick to the science, if you get the emotion out of it, there are serious problems with the COVID-19, and what we object to and what got people's undies in a bundle was the city would participate in a program that was funded by ultimately the pharmaceutical industry to try to get more people, especially in minority communities, to take COVID vaccine deal. There was never a problem with the flu vaccine. The problem was with the COVID-19 vaccine. However, as has been revealed by this testimony of Dr. Khan, there appears to be a lot of miscommunication, and I highly urge that the City Council vote to approve this, and possibly for a greater and a more clear-cut and less convoluted deal, you might want to redo what you're looking at approving. But this agenda item should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And our second commenter, yes, ma'am, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Deborah Williamson.
Deborah Williamson, 25 Rock Creek Drive. Thank you all. I know you've been here a long time, and I appreciate your work. It's hard to know where to start. You know, you remember the picture of that black lady with no arms, no hands, and no feet? Okay. And then the very next article was, oh, no, it's the COVID. So a lot of black people are getting their hands and feet cut off. Okay. I'm not going to get emotional, she said. Okay. I don't know if you know that you're lying or you know that you're lying, and I have no problem with the doctors coming. I don't know why that's an issue, that the doctors couldn't come and make their case, okay? And I don't know if those doctors were lying, but for a psychiatrist, he had on his white coat. I mean, this stuff's powerful imagery, right? It's powerful. So it's like he comes and, oh, yes, we can't keep focusing on COVID. Yeah, they don't want to focus on it. They don't want to focus on it. Okay, this shot has killed millions. I don't know these numbers. I mean, and they say, oh, and the pediatrician, oh, I saw doctors die. Yeah, people died because treatments were withheld. They knew from the beginning, you treat the cold, you treat the respiratory, you treat whatever is being attacked, you know, but they withheld that stuff. Dr. Bartlett, Dr. McCullough, a Texas doctor, old people's doctor, he treated all kinds of people and went before Senator Ron Johnson. They had a meeting, a Zoom meeting, and they talked about how they were treating the people in the nursing homes. And they thought this would be a template because they were so successful. This was treatable. This has been a scam and a very evil thing. But, all right, so what assurance do people have? You said that's right. And your heart's in the right place. And I mean, all of your hearts are in the right place. I think your heart's in the right place. You're just willfully misinformed, or you're getting a lot of money. Okay, we're getting money for this, but it's so tragic. It's so tragic. This was easily treated, still is. They're still killing people with remdesivir. Okay, but bottom line, if that grant says that it's for the COVID and it's for whatever group, whatever. Isn't that the end of the story legally? We don't want this blood money. You don't want to do this to your citizens. You don't want to do this to people. Do you really not know that the COVID shots have hurt all these people? Do you really not know? Seriously? So I know. I got emotional. Forgive me. All right.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Williamson. You're addressing the council, not the director, not Dr.
Okay,
Khan.
but I mean, we shouldn't be, you know, it's just, this is a evil scam, and blood will be on your hands if you approve this thing. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Williamson.
That's not an appropriate comment, ma'am, to say there's blood on their hands. Is that what you just said? Yes. That's inappropriate. Totally inappropriate. No, that's an inappropriate comment.
Yeah, well.
Don't worry, everybody else says that.
No.
That's the first time we've ever been interrupted.
Okay.
They just said it twice today. What are you talking about?
Okay, we're moving on. So we are going to, let's see, where are we? Public comments. Is there anyone else that would like to make comment on item number 15? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And Councilman Roy.
Yeah, this is a tough subject to try to navigate through. But what I keep going back to, and I am not an attorney, and maybe I watch too much attorney-type TV, but I keep looking for what they call the smoking gun, right? I'm looking at what is it that you're doing. If I understand what you're saying is you're not giving the shots, right? You're educating a group of people, right? You're not necessarily, you've opened it up to more people, even though originally it sounds like prior to the state changing their rule, you can't just single out COVID, right? As far as a vaccine, you can't promote COVID vaccines. Is that correct?
We cannot promote COVID vaccine exclusively.
That's right. So you really can't do that. So I'm trying to understand, how do you go about obtaining the goal of your grant? Because part of your grant is measured on the ability to change people's habits. And in this particular case, whatever you're going to do, it's kind of I'm going to call it a sales job. But you've got to sell the fact that, okay, through education, you're not getting these vaccines. And so you really need to get these vaccines because the rest of the community is doing a little bit better job than the LGBTQ and African Americans in terms of getting those vaccines. So you're trying to do something to influence them so that the outcome of your study shows that there's an increase in the number of vaccines that they now participate in. Snapshot before you do your education piece and your sales position, and now later on when now you have results showing, okay, you move the needle somehow, right? Isn't that what you want to do?
Councilman, our intention of this grant is to understand what the vaccine inequities are there. What are the challenges that people face that why they cannot get the vaccine? What information, how would they get that information? How do we share information, not only about immunizations, other program areas such as chronic disease prevention?
I'm trying to stick to what the grant was designed for. I understand what your mission is. And I think in your overall scope and your mission, maybe that's the case, but this grant is very specific. And whether or not you're successful in this grant is also very specific in terms of you identified two populations that traditionally have been underserved to have vaccinations. And now what you're going to do under this grant is try to educate them and help through your education to get them to do more vaccinations. I mean, what's the other outcome? So you don't want to educate them to run from vaccinations, right? That's not your intent. So that's the part where I'm having a real hard problem here. Do you understand?
Yes, the increase in the vaccination, because we get data as to how many people get vaccinated, what community groups get vaccinated. We have that information.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this grant.
Yes, this grant would be focused. Number one, we understood that we are not reaching out to all the community members. There are populations that we need to do a better job of reaching out to them.
What makes this grant at the end of the day, 6 months from now, what makes it successful in your eyes? What's your mark? What's the benchmark that you're using in terms of identifying what is the success of this grant?
Us reaching out to the community members, us being able to educate people, like once we have those town halls, we are going to do pre and post survey as to the knowledge of the people, if their questions got answered. So those are some of the benchmarks that we have.
But the only way you're going to determine if you achieve that is through how? What's the way you're going to achieve it? I mean, you're saying, okay, if that's the case, you can educate people all day long. You educate people already. So my question is that, and I think it goes back to the grant, you're having to give that data. You're having to show, and I really do believe this, and it's not, that your benchmark on whether or not you're successful is you're going to increase the population of people that will be comfortable with taking vaccines.
Over time, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's where I was.
That's
what I wanted to hear.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a Councilwoman Campos. Do you have a comment?
I didn't think we had to do the motion to approve. I thought we were just going to take it to the vote, but okay, I'll be voting no.
Okay, any other comments? You have a comment? Okay.
I think what we have put in this motion follows exactly what you're doing. And our motion is to use this money for educational purposes, and you have changed, by your own admission and testimony today, Dr. Khan, you've changed what the primary goal of the grant that was given to you and what you applied for. You now are using it for two different things. One, you've changed it to the general public instead of two separate groups, and the other is you've changed it to educate on all immunizations and not COVID. And so I think that's exactly what we're saying here.
Councilman, our focus is still the two groups. We opened the information so that we could get more community members. And again, our communication plan will include all immunizations.
That's just what I said, that you can use this money still to do exactly what you're doing now.
Councilman, we have deliverables as per the plan that we.
But Dr. Khan, please, I don't want to argue with you because I really like you, but you're not telling this, you're not saying this. You applied for this grant to educate two groups of people, and you have changed that, and you admitted a while ago you didn't ask for permission to do that. You now have opened it up to the general public, and you did not obtain a permission to do that.
Councilman, we have been in regular touch with our grantors. And again, our focus is those two groups. But again, if we have the survey open and other people want to respond, we will get their information as to how to reach out to them.
Okay.
So they were, so then they were okay with it or informed, that it was going to be opened, up.
Yes.
But that's not what the original design of the grant was, for you to communicate with two different groups of people. You have changed that parameter.
Councilman, we are still communicating with those two groups. We have not closed down anything for them.
I understand that, but you added to it.
Yes, Councilman, because the results
So that means you have changed what you originally said you were going to do with that grant money.
But Councilman, we have not stopped that. We have not stopped our collaboration. We have not stopped our partnership. We're still working for those groups.
Can we call the question?
I did not say you did.
Can we call the question, please?
No, you can't call a question without a vote.
Let's do it.
Okay. Did you have a comment? No, your light was on. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second, correct? Oh, Councilman Suckley, I'm sorry. Oh, hit it again.
Real quick, to Councilman Pusley's comment a minute ago is, with respect to redirecting the original purpose is, I guess the proof will be in the pudding. When you come back and we have to send in the information back to them to substantiate that we spent the grant in an acceptable fashion. That's when we'll figure out whether you got concurrence from them to change or morph the group that was party to the survey and the communication. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, it's a reimbursable grant, so every time we have set items that we need to do. So once we deliver the survey, they look at it, then that is when they reimburse us.
Okay. One last thing, Mayor, before we vote, just for clarification, the memo that was sent in to put this back on the agenda, the last phrase again says, and to reappropriate $75,000 funding into the health grant fund. I think we've determined that we can't do that because it's a rigid grant. So we just need to know whether we're voting on that because we can't do that anyways.
Can't do that.
So.
Okay, so the grant, Peter says, I'm sorry, the memo that was submitted is direct or specific in saying it's to go to the health fund. But we didn't think that was possible.
The grant money that we received is in the grant fund. So I'm not sure.
Maybe was that?
The vote is to repeal or not.
Yeah. It's a reimbursement grant. Buck's reminded me over here, it's a reimbursement grant, so there's no cash in the bank, so to speak, here from the grantor. We spend local money and then we submit for reimbursements, so I'm not sure.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So
Right.
if the council chooses to repeal the ordinance, that's all that's necessary. There's no
Right.
other appropriations or just repealing the ordinance itself.
Okay, so we're not at all addressing their last. Second request was to reappropriate to a different fund.
Right, that's just surplusage language because once you repeal the ordinance, there's nothing to appropriate or non-appropriate.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
No, I was going to turn it on so I can vote.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and submit our votes. And again, this is to repeal the ordinance repealing number 033276, which approved the acceptance of the grant. Go ahead.
Everett didn't vote.
Okay, then you vote again.
Vote again.
I'm sorry, can you vote again, please?
You got to vote again.
I want to make sure I understand this. We're voting right now.
You're voting right now on repealing the, if you repeal it, you say aye. If you don't want to repeal it, you say no. Yeah.
You going to vote?
We're voting again?
Yes, there was a,
So it's 5-4, so the motion carries. The motion carries to repeal. Okay, we did item number 16. Item number 17 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Bay Limited for residential street rebuild program fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 as planned in the rapid pavement program.
I move for approval.
Second. That was the third time we've given them money.
It is.
Last time.
And the last time. Let me open, we have a motion, we have a second, but I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. Hold on, can you wait?
oh yeah, that's right.
Here, let me get to.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question about our last vote that we took. Since we've been on this new system, usually you will have the list of the people that voted. Could we please list the people that voted on this last vote? List it. No, I'm looking at it now. It wasn't, it just had 5 nays and 5 for, yeah, on the.
It had their names.
No, I didn't see the names.
It has.
Yes, it did.
Programmed.
Okay, because I was looking at the screen. All right, thank you.
Yes, it did.
This screen doesn't have it on.
Yeah, it does. If you go to discussion.
Oh, yeah, that's right. If you go to discussion, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on item number 17?
I'd like to ask just one quick.
Sure. Hold on. You want to hit your light there? Okay, go ahead.
Ernie, how's this program going? I mean,
Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works.
Michael's right. We've given you money now 3 times on this thing, so.
Yes, sir.
How's it going?
It's going well, sir. We've had about a month's worth of work.
How many miles have you covered?
About 10 miles, sir.
10 miles?
Yes,
in a
sir.
month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 10 miles a month is going to be probably, unless weather, gets in your way, which sometimes we hope it does. We
Right.
need to rain every now and then. But do you think that's what you were looking at of achieving? You think that's
Yes,
the
sir.
goal of what you were looking for?
it's going faster than I thought. I don't want to jinx it. It's going well. Contractors are, we have new contractors that are on the program, so they're learning the program, but they're learning fast. We have a brand new quality assurance program that we've implemented, and so that's going well. With Jeff's team, we've had many meetings with his inspectors. It's a fast program, so his inspectors have to keep up with the contractors to really keep an eye on the quality of the work. But I think right now we have a good collaborative approach with not just the industry, but also engineering department and public works staff. So it's going well.
And this, again, is just focusing on residential streets. Is that
Correct. Yes, sir. Residential streets only. And then, of course, with the pavement only approach, that's what's making it fast.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you very much, Ernie.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Ernie. I talked to you by email about this. Just want to kind of put this out in the public eye as well. This contract requires that the contractor, Bay Limited, achieve a certain lane mileage per year. What's the penalty again if they fail to achieve that lane mileage, for whatever reason?
Yes, sir. There's no penalty. It's a construction contract, so it has a certain amount of days to complete liquidated damages. But we do have language in the contract that if they don't achieve the mileage in that time frame, and if there are other contractors done with their mileage for the year, then we'll give that mileage to the other contractor to keep the program going.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hunter.
We going to have any money left in our budget for anything else? Are we going to keep asking them to, are they going to keep asking us for more money?
No, I think since the
I'm being a little bit sarcastic. What I'm trying to say is are we going to be put in a financial position that it will hurt us when it comes to appraisal value and tax rate time?
Right. I would say that it would not hurt us.
Like every single year.
Right.
Prior to this one. All right, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, we have a motion. We have a
Mayor,
second.
excuse me. Can I just say one thing? We did have a presentation, and it may have been covered, but this is the final of this fiscal year's awards to the private contractors that help us. So it's $6 million. That will mean $30 million in the budget that council approved has been awarded to our partner agencies that help us in our streets. So this brings our total to $30 million of executed contracts with Bay Limited, Tex-Mex Paving, and Anderson Columbia to help us with our city forces to do this year's work program. So this is a big item.
Yeah.
For the community, we know streets is still priority number one, and this is I would say a record in putting out all contracts in a fiscal year. Normally, we're still getting caught up, and Ernie's helping us, but in the past, these contracts wouldn't have been awarded until the end of this fiscal year or even into next year.
Mm-hmm.
So this places all $30 million under contract. This is the final $6 million. Work is already underway for those contracts, and the goal going forward is to award these much sooner in the November, December timeframe, so the work can begin in the January timeframe, just to let the council know.
Okay. Well, great, Ernie, and great work on that, because I know that doesn't happen easily. It takes a lot of time to get all this situated and organized and out to us so that we can get it out and the streets fixed. So thank you very much for your work and leadership.
Thank you.
Everyone, please submit their vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Next item is item number 18, and that is a proposed bond 2024 briefing.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Neiman Young. I'm an Assistant City Manager with the City of Corpus Christi. And today I would like to discuss with you all the proposed candidate projects list for Bond 24. But before we get into it, let's just once again give you a little bit more background on the city's bond programs. And what we have before you is a depiction of the schedule for Bond 24. And what we're trying to depict is the fact that there's been a lot of work taking place behind the scenes with city staff. particularly engaging with individual citizens, stakeholder groups, and one-on-one meetings with council members to develop the proposal that's been brought to you all today. So if the council does decide to approve the proposed candidate list of projects, as early as next week, we will continue our engagements with stakeholder groups across the community. And more importantly, we will be having council district specific town halls in the community to encourage our citizens to provide feedback for the bond proposal, because this is a shared plan. It's not the cities alone, and we want to make sure that our citizens do have an ownership in the plan for Bond 24. In addition, upon gaining that feedback from citizens in the community, we will then refine that proposal, bring it back to council for review in August, and then in November, if the council approves, that's when our citizens will see Bond 24, a referendum on the ballot for their consideration and approval in November. Again, a little bit more history. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to review previous bond programs. In Bond 22, it was a $125 million project. It was composed of 32 projects, with 32 currently in design or in construction. For Bond 20, it was a $75 million program that was comprised of 42 projects, with 23 of those projects complete and 14 of those projects in construction, or 88% completion rate. For Bond 18, it's a $96 million program with 56 projects. 35 of those projects are complete and 13 in construction. Bond 24 is proposed to be considered for $175 million to be invested in our community. This will make it the largest bond in the city's history. And most notably, we'll be able to make this investment in our city with no increase in the city's tax rate.
So you just said this is going to be the largest bond in the city's history.
That's correct, sir.
What does that mean for the taxpayer?
What that means is that the city is listening to the needs of the community, and we're looking at the Bond 24 as an investment in the community. It's going to take care of projects that hasn't been identified by city staff or city council alone. Again, that's the reason for having those meetings and engagements across the city, identifying different projects that they want to see and amenities that they want to see in the community, and we're going to bring those desires to fruition.
Okay, so what you're saying is during the highest inflation we've had, where's our bankers? Since what, the 50s? 80s? The highest inflation since the 80s, thank you. Mm-hmm. Interest rates spiking. 4 consecutive tax increases, and we're going to drop on them the largest bond we've ever had.
Yes. And I say that because just like you all sit in the council meetings, I'm in the council meetings as well, and we see citizens coming to our council meetings on week in and week out requesting more amenities to be offered to them in the community. And the Bond 24 is a response to those citizens that's coming to council requesting that more services and more amenities be afforded in their community. They understand they live in the same economy that we do. They understand that there's inflation. They understand that, you know, there's escalating cost, and they still have a demand for more services to be provided for their specific district.
So I do not think so at all. I think no is the best answer 99% of the time going forward.
Yes, sir.
That is my opinion. I really don't want, when is our next meeting on this?
Put that calendar back up, Nina. Slide, yeah. Has a schedule, Councilman. So the next meeting would be...
So my meeting with the city manager to talk about this got canceled on April 1st. You moved it
excuse
April.
me, Councilman. There was no meeting with me on this. Our one-on-one meetings is to cover many...
That's what I asked you to cover.
No, the one-on-one meeting is to cover several subjects. Neiman is...
Where my basketball court's going to be going?
If I can finish, Neiman is meeting with the council members one-on-one.
That's correct.
I didn't meet with the council members on this, but in our one-on-one meetings, sometimes this is covered, but I didn't have an exclusive meeting with council members.
I didn't say that you had exclusive meeting with
Okay.
council members.
Yes, sir.
I was going to talk to you
I
about
see.
the bond
Okay.
projects
Yes,
on
sir.
April 1st.
Okay.
And Parks and Rec did try to reach out to me to see where we can put some of these sports facilities.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to give them a specific location. I would like for y'all to give us locations where we can put some of these backstops being rebuilt so that we don't get tetanus every time we touch a fence. The West Side project is fantastic. I think y'all did an excellent job. In fact, Dr. Young, every time that you affiliate yourself with one of the sports projects in town, it is very, very good. Very good.
I appreciate that, sir, but I think that those things should really go towards Jeff Rotna and Joey Johnson and the engineering team. Those guys do a very good
And
job.
that's what a good leader would say. But I can't, my suggestion is y'all are gonna have to cut in a lot of places for this bond. There's no way I'm gonna support the largest bond in history after I've lost my no votes and tax increases 7 out of 8 years.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, sir.
Did we get through the, your slides or not quite?
Oh, no, I'm only 20% through with the
Okay.
presentation.
Okay. Councilman, did you want to wait until the end? Okay. We'll wait till the end. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. With that being stated, so again, Bond 24, what we're proposing is the largest bond in the city's history, a large investment in the community. And that investment has been developed in accordance with guiding principles that were approved by City Council in February. And again, some of the major highest priorities in those principles include rough proportionality, which is defined as ensuring that the funding from the bond is equitably distributed across all 5 council districts in the community, ensuring that we'll continue to increase our road capacity, and from what I've been hearing from our council members, ensuring that we're keeping an eye on connectivity throughout the community. We've discussed this slide before, but what makes Bond 24 different from Bond 22 are the categories. Like Bond 22, we are going to have categories for streets, for public safety and parks, but for Bond 24, rather than just having a category dedicated to library, it's going to also include additional facilities. So that's a little bit on the background for Bond 24, Bond 20, our previous bonds. Now I'd like to just focus on a discussion regarding Bond 24, and here's a summary. Bond 24 will include 11 street projects as of today for $92 million, or 53% of the bond itself. 11 park projects for $35 million, or 20% of the bond. 7 public safety projects totaling $45 million for 25% of the allocation, and 2 library/community center projects totaling $3 million, or 2% of the project.
But Neiman, can I just clarify, because, and you said it in the beginning, Neiman, but these, this is the potential candidate project list based on Neiman's work with the departments and the city council. So this is not conclusive that these exact number of projects by these categories. This is the beginning point of community dialogue. Working with the city council and with the departments, this is the candidate listing, potential candidate listing, potential candidate listing that we'll take out now to the community. However, Neiman will focus on that column called total allocation, because we do want to get a direction from city council that we set those limits per category, so there's some guiding principle when we go out to the community. Otherwise, it would be tough to kind of gain consensus amongst the residents. Thank you, Neiman. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir. So basically, it's a laundry list of projects, especially with the streets, and I'll lightly touch on each of the programs and stand by for any questions. But for District 1, primary street project is, number 1, rebuilding Upper Middle Lower Broadway and expanding Rand Morgan As everybody's aware, Rand Morgan is a high-growth area, a lot of residential development taking place in the area, and we've heard the needs from the community about expanding that roadways, adding sidewalks, ensuring that kids that are traversing that corridor can arrive to their school safely. And if approved, this is the project that will address that concern. For District 2, what we're proposing is a project for South Staples Access Road, which would help open up the downtown area, the City Hall area with the C District, and continuing our efforts to improve the Alameda corridor.
Where are you?
Which is District 2, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess now I was confused with the two that, I was getting one with the other. Yeah, go ahead, you're fine.
Yes, sir.
Sidewalks.
Yes, and District 2 also, has, Councilman Campos had requested a pilot program for sidewalks. And it's basically something that we haven't done before, having a dedicated sidewalk program. So this will basically be a pilot to work out the kinks and see if a new service could potentially be added to the Public Works Department in the future.
I think you're off one slide, Neiman.
Am I?
Yeah, back up.
He's down there, he's at the bottom.
Yeah, at the bottom.
Did you need?
Not on our screen, it's not.
Yeah, Councilman Barrera.
Now it is.
Sidewalk, last row on the slide, I was referencing sidewalks for District 2.
So,
Put it on again.
put it on again, did you turn me off?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, hold on, I'm up.
There you go.
All right. So, can you explain this pilot program?
Well, yes, sir. And basically, as requested by Councilman Campos, she has received a lot of concerns.
Okay, wait. I understand. Explain to me the pilot program, not how we got there, not why we're doing it.
Yes, sir. Okay. The pilot program is basically what the Public Works Department is doing. They're going around District 2, conducting surveys of high complaint areas that were received by Councilman Campos. And we can't do, the bottom line is we can't do spot repairs. That's
Excuse me, Councilman, the answer is this, is that we will have a defined list of sidewalks totaling $1 million. We'll have the exact location of what street and from what section of street to what other section of street. We don't have it here today, but by the time we get to, if the community wants this as a project, we'll have an exact listing of what location, what geographic location. We'll either have replacement sidewalks or new sidewalks, and that will total $1 million.
Okay, so, and then how do we come up with $1 million?
That, working with the council member, we just thought $1 million was a good pilot, and it's, I forget the amount, I don't know if
There's a
Ernie's still here.
generalization. Is it, I guess Ernie's not here anymore.
Yeah.
but, I mean, but the city manager is absolutely correct. It was a number. We said, okay, let's, bottom line, had a discussion, how much money do you want to take out your portion of the funding? They say, okay, it's a pilot program. Let's start with $1 million and see how it progresses.
So reinforcing like the challenges that we have with Prop A and Councilman Hunter's concerns, I think it's important. I think it's important. A lot of my district has a lot of older neighborhoods as well. So I'm not discounting it, but I'm just saying basically what we have here is like, and I hate repeating the way they said, but this is the exact words they said, a blank checkbook.
Excuse me, Councilman, what I said earlier, just a few minutes ago, was by the time we get to the community, we should have had it here for this meeting, but by the time we get out to the first community meeting, we'll have the exact listing of sidewalks,
And
of the exact geographic limits at the exact location, the exact distances, and those sidewalks will total $1 million.
And those are going to start, according to this, community meetings by council district, April 15th. So I'm sorry,
We have the list. We just didn't narrow it down for this presentation. We've been working with, the Public Works has been working with themselves and then with the councilwoman to identify a candidate list. We probably have $3 million in candidate list. And so we're going to pare it down to the 1 million so the blank check doesn't exist.
Okay, all right, I'm just super cautious.
Me too.
Super sensitive,
Yes, sir.
you know, and.
That's why we're going to have an exact list, because we're not going to do blank checks.
If being as super sensitive that I have, I probably would have had the information here.
I would have too, but I'm not doing the
Oh,
presentation.
so he's pulling it on you then. I mean, he would have had it, but you don't.
Tracking that, sir. The reality is, like the city manager stated, it's a lot of sidewalks. It's a lot. It's $3 million worth, and it's basically a laundry list that we need to needle down, and that's something that we're not doing
Okay,
without
well,
a deliberate
I can
plan.
tell you
So-
right now, I'm not real comfortable with it.
Yes, sir.
Until I see the list.
Yes, sir.
I'm not opposed to it, but until I see the list. So go back and tell me about upper, middle, lower Broadway
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mayor,
at the top.
I was supposed to be in line next, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm, one of the things that I wanted to say, Councilman, excuse me one
Yes, sir.
second,
Yes, sir.
is herein lies what I was going to say and what you and I talked last night, Neiman, and this is kind of my, we're about to embark upon the largest bond proposal this city's ever put forth.
Yes, sir.
And we haven't even had a workshop on it. I had a meeting with you and your staff that lasted about 30 minutes because we all had other things we had to do, and we talked about some high-level things, and that's it. That's all the input that I've had into this.
Yes, sir.
And as I look through this, I just think that as a council, we need to have, before we go out to the community especially, we need to sit down and be certain that we all understand what we're putting out to the community. And I don't. For example, the Rand Morgan Road thing, I thought that section of Rand Morgan you've identified in here belonged to the state. I've been told that forever.
It belongs to the state, but the city does maintain obligations for, we have a maintenance agreement in place with the state, and we do very similar to Leopard, where we perform the maintenance and corridors owned by the state.
We haven't had any discussion about parks and what we think. So anyway, I don't want to interrupt Councilman.
No, you're good.
But I think we really, Peter, I really think this council needs to have some more interface with staff about what it is our expectations are.
No problem, Councilman.
Mayor, I don't know if you agree with that or not. I
was going to say,
I mean, y'all get to talk all the time up here about this, and Mayor, bless her heart, is up here more than anybody I know. And it's why she gets the big salary. But I'm saying that facetiously, you know.
I know you are.
But I just, there's a lot of things that we need to talk about. I've looked at the public safety portion of this, and I'm fine with it. I think, you know, we've got fire stations we've got to rebuild. We've got these substations for the police department that we're going to look at. I think those are all great programs. And they have worked with y'all to select where those ought to be, and I'm good with that.
Yeah.
But I'm a little confused about some of the street stuff, and I'm a little confused about what we're going to do on parks.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilman.
Oh, no.
No.
I think we're speaking the same language, because I was just going to take the time and go line item by line item. And if we got to be here all night, then we'll be here all night.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like, Peter, there needs to be a little bit more one-on-one regarding the bond. But I will say this in terms of some of the comments made. There's no doubt we must do more with less, right? We are the guardian of the tax dollar, of the taxpayer's dollar. And so with that, I know your intent, right? That's one of the first things you said. Yes, it might be. Every year is a historic bond program. If you think about it, every year has been historic. Now, every year or every 2 years, we're not increasing. We're not imposing a a tax increase with it. So that's the thing. And then what you're saying is, and what we hear is people want us to do more with less. They don't want, nor do we want, increase in taxes. We have to be fiducially responsible. And if you bring back to us a program that does not give us a tax increase, that's exactly what's happening.
Yes, sir.
We're trying to do more with what we have, currently, as opposed to, overspending, where it makes an impact. But I do think that we may, as you're hearing, need a little bit more time on specifics one-on-one with council members.
It's, what I heard, Mayor, is a workshop, so I don't know.
Or a workshop, that's,
Yeah.
yeah, I just mean more focus.
You need to tell us what you want to do. We had this schedule out since January, the one that Neiman went over, so this is not new. We've gone, every time we come up to the council, we remind you of the schedule. We can easily put a workshop in if you'd like. It's the first we're hearing of it, but we're glad to do it. But we do have a time frame to meet the deadlines of putting it on the ballot. So if we want to do a workshop, Rebecca's not here right now, but we need to work with her to schedule it with the council because we're going to run out of time. And that's what I would recommend. So we'll work with Rebecca to schedule a workshop with the council to go over these projects. Neiman should continue his presentation because this is based on meeting with.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I might add.
No, but I think it's, yeah.
I might add that, yeah, Neiman, you and I didn't meet. I met with Ratna, and then Jeff stuck his head in for a little bit.
Yes, sir. Rodna, if anything, is more informed, more knowledgeable on the bond than myself. And the day that she did meet with you, I actually was putting out another fire.
Would you allow me to
another
finish?
issue.
Would you allow me to finish?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, no worries. And I expressed my concerns, you know, what is it? I like to think very graciously, you know, and I also expressed that they communicate with you how the several concerns that I had, you know. I think your assistant was there as well.
That's correct.
And what is it? I would have, and maybe I should have been taking more initiative and saying, hey, we need to visit. What is it? I'm not satisfied with the process. You know, meeting me. I think this devotes $175 million. Devotes more than an hour of my time. Should require more than an hour of my time.
Amen. Yes, sir.
And I'm of the opinion. I'll say right now, Corpus Christi is in a high level of economic prosperity because of some individuals that made decisions years ago. And so now we've encountered all this growth. That doesn't mean that every dollar that we capture now we have to spend. You know.
Yes, sir.
So I'm of the opinion that even though we're not going to have a tax increase, then perhaps we could reduce taxes and still have something very exciting. But we're going to have some input from all the council members, not just one council members. And I'm not picking on you. I'm just using an example. Not one council member's decision to make a pilot program, because we operate as a unit. We operate as a collective. If she wants to go and get support for 4 individuals to say, let's support this pilot program, then that's her responsibility. And I'd be happy to support it. I'm just saying that to be able to go over that in just 1 hour, and then here at 5:03, of which I only have 10 minutes, I can only speak twice, right, Michael?
That's right.
So that's one reason I haven't turned off my light, so I can only speak twice. And that's all I'm saying. I think I'm just trying to reiterate. If we have to meet again and what have you and spend a whole afternoon on it, I'm in support of it. If we have to do it right away, I mean, I'm free on Friday. I'm also free on Saturday. I'll be free on Sunday. So just, I don't want to turn off my light because then I'm afraid that I won't only get another chance to speak.
You have to. Okay, so we'll, Rebecca, we'll work with you on that. As far as scheduling a workshop, Stephanie will, yeah. Councilwoman Campos, did you want to comment now? Oh, go ahead. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Not to be picky, but I was ahead of Councilman Pusley. I hate to point that out, but I was. So I'm going to take as much time and I don't know what time it is because we don't have a clock, but anyway. And I'm looking at this 175 million. And, you know, like everything, prices have gone up. And so, you know, we're going to have to spend more money. And you're right, Neiman, that people, wherever, as you know, you get as many calls. I mean, you only get I mean, the ones that I'm, forwarding to you, but I'm sure you're getting them from all over the districts. And I know that I'm not alone. I know that I'm not alone when the people are calling and calling and calling about their streets, and about the curbs and gutters. I mean, now, which is, I guess, a good thing that they're now calling about the curbs and gutters, because we're finally getting to their streets. They're like, okay, now what? Now we need that. So, as much as it looks like it's a lot, as far as I know, we're in a time, thank God, that we've got good credit, which we work hard at. And we do have bankers in this council that I think would say that, if you have good credit and you are needing to get these repairs, like if you did in your home, you would do it. And we, again, have been neglecting our streets, our infrastructure for 40 years. So we are making up, okay? We're making up. The pilot program, God willing, I will get the support of my fellow councilman and mayor, was something that I've been block walking for years, and I know it, and I know that they hear it too, that sidewalks is a big issue. I mean, we've got families, we've got ADA individuals that can't go on their, wheelchairs. We've got, mothers that can't stroll their children. I mean, this is a public issue. And because, I'm bringing it up as far as sidewalks, like I said before, I had attended a conference with the urban planners or something, and it was something that was already done in other cities. And I thought, well, what will it take to do it here? And I am so grateful for your staff and for our city manager to open up that conversation. And again, it is going to be up to the council to see it's something that we want to do. I hope we do, because how are we ever going to start anything new if we don't introduce it? So this is an introduction, and Peter had said there's no way we're going to start on any program or we're going to put it on a bond unless we know exactly what we're going to get for this money. And I don't even think you're close to $3 million. It's probably more than that, on our sidewalks. So, I hear what Councilman Hunter is saying, and he's pretty religious about voting against any tax increase, and I respect that. But at the same time, he also wants basketball courts. So, hey, what do you want? So anyway, I'm just here to say that I appreciate what y'all have been doing, and I think right now I'm counting 2 workshops, right? I'm counting 1 workshop that we've been requesting for just on the public comments, right? I think we requested that last week.
The public comment?
Right? We're requesting, yeah.
On type A, you mean?
If we can bring up the presentation.
On the public comment, didn't we?
What public comment, Councilwoman?
Yeah,
we're going to have a workshop on the type A.
No. We also were talking about last week, because we had so many questions, didn't we, Councilman Pusley?
We have nothing scheduled for that.
Okay, but I thought we were going to, no?
No.
Okay. So then, so right now, we only have that one workshop for the...
Yeah, Councilwoman, so we have 2 workshops scheduled right now, and they're on council members' calendars. The first is on the budget.
Yeah.
That'll be the last Tuesday of this month. Okay, that's on the FY 2025 budget that we begin work on this summer for the fiscal year beginning October 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second workshop that's confirmed is on the type A sales tax venue renewal.
Okay.
And that is scheduled for, Lisa's getting it, but
May 8th.
what is it?
May 8th.
May 8th. So that one is scheduled for May 8th. And those are the 2 workshops we have with City Council scheduled right now.
Okay, so were we not, okay, maybe not a workshop, but I thought we were going to have a meeting about the public comments, because we were going, I mean, it was going back and forth.
Neiman, so that the mayor will help coordinate that with you all. The mayor is the presiding chair of the meeting, so it's really a council policy item. It's not much, staff
Okay.
guidance, but yeah.
All right. I guess that's it for now. I still have another chance to speak, so.
But we do, if I can ask the council, and Rebecca's going to help, but to meet the timeline we have, and Neiman's going to get to it on this later slide, we'd have to do the bond workshop pretty soon, like almost this month. We may have to expand the time for the budget workshop potentially or something, because we're already having, Neiman's supposed to meet with the police union reps well, I guess you already did, but some of these groups you'll see this month of April, so we can engage the community all the month of May. So just say that we need to get some options as soon as possible with the council to make the schedule work.
All right.
And we have time. There's plenty of time. I'm just saying, I
Well,
don't want to put it too late, because then we push community engagement to a less amount of time.
Well, I thank you for at least putting sidewalks as a possible bond program. I hope, again, that my fellow councilmen agree with this, and we'll give it a shot. And hopefully the public will also, make their voices heard. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Roy.
Neiman, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple things. The workshop, I think, would be good, but can you just send me something very brief? When District 1, we're sitting here with a $30 million ticket, which I am thankful, but I want to just make sure I understand. This is a pretty big project, and I'd kind of like a little bit more information on, the retaining walls and stabilization and that, so that I can just get a little bit better briefed, because I know this is an important project.
Roger that, sir.
But I got to say, overall, we've made some headway in District 1 in a lot of areas. So there's nothing that really comes to mind that I think right now may have a precedence over this. But anyway, I would just like some additional information. Then I just wanted to say, in regards to our climate and the environment that we're in right now, it's a tough time. It is in terms of most Americans. I think there was just a report out that said that in order to just be able to live comfortably, I think wages now have went up about 20% per household to live the same standard that you lived before. And that was just released this last week. And so I do believe that people are doing more with less. And I do believe that we just have to continue to be good stewards, especially when we've got a lot of hands in the fire. I mean, we're pulling desal, groundwater. We're doing record-breaking things. We're trying to get our maintenance caught back up. We're working on chillers that have used a system that were ineffective for a long period of time. We're doing all these great things. But I think we just need to make sure we're comfortable and that we can explain it to the constituents. And at the end of the day, it is nice that it's not going to cost taxes to go up, but at the same time, I want people to come in and look at the credit rating for the city and know that we're making the right moves. It's always funny when I take my daughter shopping and I say, okay, what are we going to spend today? $100, right? Well, if I don't tell her that, she'll go in and find a pair of pants or a pair of shoes or something. And then when she goes, well, how much should I have? $100. Oh, you don't want to put these back. I'm going to get those. Because she wants to max out how much money I was going to give her. Right, so I don't want to be in that situation. I think we really have to take a look at where we're at. $175 million is going to scare a lot of people, because it's unprecedented. And we just got to be able to defend that.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so obviously there's a whole lot to this, Neiman, and I want to say I appreciate you and the engineering staff coming forward and trying to get the ball rolling on getting the funding allocated where it needs to be. But I strongly feel like we need some additional discussion with the council with respect to where we want to go with this. Councilman Roy brought up some excellent points. Councilman Barrera brought up some. I mean, and Councilman Barrera's right. Maybe we ought to say this is $150 million or $125 million, and the rest of that money we're going to try to give taxpayers a break from. We've increased their All their fees, water,
We haven't increased
wastewater.
water. We didn't do a water rate increase this year.
We're going to though, right?
Yeah, we said increase. We didn't do one yet this year. Yeah.
Well, wait till we get the desal plant. Yeah, on paper we are.
Okay.
So, I mean, and I'm, Peter,
Yeah.
I'm just using this as
Okay.
hyperbole. I mean,
Yes, sir.
relax. But, anyway, I won't belabor the point, and, we can do that. But, I have a lot of questions about parks and what we're gonna do with respect to that. And, I want to work with Councilman Roy to make sure out in District 1 that we're doing what we needed to, and with all the other district council members with respect to what they want to see happen in there, with sidewalks or whatever. It's, but I need to understand all of those before we can make a decision.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I came out heated, and I'm probably not going to stop. First of all, that Councilman Barrera piggybacked off of what I said, Councilman Pusley, but thanks for recognizing it.
Yes, sir.
Replacing a basketball court should be $250,000. We've had policies going back for 50, 60 years that if we're going to take a park away, we are going to replace it within a 2-mile radius or something, give or take. I don't know what the mile is, but your trees of 400 grand is more expensive than a basketball court. No, it wasn't all a grant. Part of it was a grant. And $175 million, I think you could do, what's that? Just about 700,000 7,000 basketball courts? I'm just joking. The point I'm trying to make is one basketball court's not going to change anything. That is the only thing I have asked for. But all of y'all have asked to stack these numbers up incredibly, and then when you go and talk to your neighbors or your friends that are struggling, they get their appraisal values jacked up every single year, 15 to 30%. With income taxes, with Councilman Roy's comment on the wage increase needs to be brought up 20% based off the last 2 years. I think we should do exactly what Councilman Pusley and Barrera said, and Councilman Roy, is we need to take a step back on this, start a lot lower, and give everybody a break. That's how you give someone credit, Mike.
Councilwoman, are we okay? Because
Yeah, I want to speak. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We're losing our audience here. Again, we're talking about $175 million that is going directly to impact, the community here, the individuals. Yet we're, we've talked about $758 million that the community will not be able to vote on, which is a desalination. So here we are, $175 million, $758 million on desalination, and yet they don't have a say. So again, just wanted to point that out, that here we are nitpicking on this 175 million compared to 758 million.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Neiman, I just had a couple kind of nuts and bolts questions about this. The presentation you've got here before us, is that what you envision bringing to those community input sessions in, was this in April and May, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So do you imagine?
I'm sorry.
We're not going to be bringing that one.
Same or changed?
We're going to have, based on this conversation with the council today, unless there's consensus, new direction, we're going to do a workshop with the council first on this list of projects that was developed with the city council individually. And then from there, after that workshop, we'll go out to the community.
So then my question is, and this is a kind of a slippery question, I guess, because I just want to know, I don't know if you can answer this, how much credence are we going to give that public input we received from those 5 input sessions? So if the community says we like this project over here, we hate this project over here, are we going to just zero out some of these? I'm not sure how that's going to work exactly.
Yes, sir. So, and going back to your first question, when I said yes, sir, regarding the presentation, what I meant was, I understand that, you know, Council's will, we're going to have a workshop before we start the community engagements. What I was saying was, whatever projects that's approved by council to take out publicly, those are the exact projects. It won't be the introduction of any new initiatives that hasn't been brought before council first. Right. So whatever comes out of the workshop, that's the plan we take to the public. And when we do take it to the public, we do take it with an earnest desire to receive feedback from the community. And based off of that feedback, we actually do, you know, some staff diligence on, you know, some requests from the community, see if they're feasible, and that feedback is brought to council. We'll say, hey, well, here was the original plan. Here's some recommended changes based off of, you know, community feedback and staff diligence, and then council decides which projects are going to be captured on the referendum for voter consideration.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Okay. No more questions.
Awesome. Well, we definitely understand the council's will to do a workshop. And I definitely understand, like Councilman Barrera stated, it is a $175 million initiative, and definitely not one that should be taken lightly or without, you know, continuous engagement with our policymakers and the community. So we're more than happy to work with the Secretary's office to get that workshop scheduled, and we'll definitely look forward to continuing the conversation then. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, Neiman. Okay, well, there being no further business, the meeting is
Excuse me,
adjourned.
no, there's one more item on the agenda.
Oh,
Right,
there
it's
is.
just a presentation.
Constance, I'm sorry. Well, where did let me see here.
Says that 18 was an individual
Oh. Yeah, discussion with
That
possible.
means we vote on it. Just what it's listed as.
Yeah, possible. Well, it said possible action.
It says
Well,
possible.
So item number 19, and the last item of the day, is a briefing on actuarial audit of Corpus Christi firefighters retirement system actuarial valuation as of December 31st of 2020.
Good afternoon. My name is Constance Sanchez, Chief Financial Officer, and the briefing today is in reference to the Corpus Christi firefighters retirement system. As y'all are aware, the city of Corpus Christi has 2 pension plans. We have one for our general employees and police, which is covered under the Texas Municipal Retirement System, or TMRS, and then we also have one for the firefighters, which is the Corpus Christi Firefighters Retirement System, and this is the plan that we're going to be talking about today. I will be doing the first several slides, and then I'm going to be turning it over to Jason Franken, who is a principal with Foster & Foster, and he'll go over the audit results of the audit of the firefighters' actuarial evaluation as of December 31st, 2020. So the Corpus Christi Firefighters Retirement System was established in 1942 under the Texas Local Firefighters Retirement Act, which we call TELFRA. To be a participant in the system, the individual must have started with the City of Corpus Christi's fire department before the age of 36. And the system is governed by a board of 7 trustees who meet once a month. The retirement system is funded with contributions by both the City of Corpus Christi and by the active firefighters. And it should be noted that the firefighters chose not to participate in Social Security, and this was back in the 60s when that decision was made. However, they do pay Medicare contributions of 1.45% for those firefighters hired after April 1st, 1986. So this slide shows more detail on the governance of having a firefighter's retirement system. You can see it's outlined in the Texas Constitution, as well as the Texas Government Code and Vernon's Texas Civil Statutes. So this slide shows the composition of the Board of Trustees for the Firefighters Retirement System. We have 3 active firefighters on the board, as well as the mayor's representative. The municipality's chief financial officer is on the board, and then we have 2 members that are elected by the Board of Trustees. This slide shows the support staff for the retirement system, including the plan administrator, and she happens to be here today, Gracie Flores, right in the back row. And there is also an attorney and an investment advisor who are paid by the retirement system. We currently have 348 participants in the Corpus Christi Firefighters Retirement System, and this slide just shows the breakdown by category, by type of benefit. So this slide is really for informational purposes and just shows the contributions made by the general city employees and police, which is under the TMRS, as well as the firefighters. And you can see that the general employees and police pay into Social Security, and then the firefighters do not. And this slide shows a history of the city contributions into the Corpus Christi Firefighters Retirement System. And prior to 2019, before our city manager got here, the increases to the city's contributions honestly were far and few between. We had a plan in 2007 to increase contributions over a period of 6 years, and then there was no contributions until 2019. We increased 0.5% at that time, and then we started a plan to increase over 5 years the city's contributions by 0.984%. And this coming budget year, fiscal 25, is the 5th year of that plan. So we will be proposing that in our fiscal 25 budget to increase the city contribution another 0.984. And I also want to point out that this fiscal year, we were able to increase benefits for our retirees, for our firefighters. And this had not been done in many, many years. So they each got $110 additional per month for those retirees that had been retired for more than 3 years. So this slide shows the funding levels for both TMRS and the firefighters retirement system. And as you can see, the funded ratio has been increasing since 2018. And honestly, I hope that Greg Smith is listening, because funding ratios were very important to him. And so I hope he sees that we are working the plan and it is increasing. And then this slide has a lot of words on it. It's just for informational purposes and shows that part of the Texas Government Code requires an actuarial evaluation every 3 years for public retirement systems. The Corpus Christi Firefighters Retirement System, however, has chosen to have their actuarial audit done every 2 years, which is allowable. Their actuary is Rudd & Wisdom, and the last valuation was completed on December 31st of 2022. Now, I just want to point out that this audit was as of the valuation for 2020, because at the time the audit was being conducted, the 22 valuation had not been completed yet. So House Bill 2664 was passed in the summer of 2007, and it required an independent actuarial audit every 5 years of public retirement systems with assets totaling over $100 million. Certain public retirement systems, however, were exempted, like TMRS. But for the firefighters retirement system, the city has actually completed this audit ever since the inception. So this will be the 4th actuarial audit that we have prepared. The city's finance department went through a procurement process and selected Foster & Foster to perform the actuarial audit as of December 30th, 2020. The audit results were presented at the last audit committee meeting, which was on April the 9th. And at this point, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Jason Franken. He's right here. He is the principal with Foster & Foster, and he will go over the objectives and the audit results real briefly. Here you go, sir.
Great, thank you. Like she said, I will hit these quickly, and then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. So we did audit the 12/31/2020 actuarial evaluation. It was a level 2 audit, meaning that we didn't collect all of the data, do all of the calculations that the actuary had done. That's what it's called a level 1 audit. We did a level 2 audit where we collected samples of different participants. We measured the liabilities and looked at just a handful of people, about 20 people in this case. So we didn't look at everybody, but we did do a sampling of the group. We also looked at all of the assumptions and methods that were being used, and we looked at the appropriateness of the structure of the plan and the funding objectives. We looked at, there's several categories when we're reviewing an actuarial evaluation that we need to focus on. One, the member data, what you know, the personnel, the retirees that are covered under the plan. We make sure that those are, you know, appropriate and reflects the actual the group that's in the plan. Look at the assets, we look at the liabilities, the assumptions and methods, and then we look at the valuation. There are actuarial standards of practice, so it's a framework by which the you know, that actuaries need to conduct valuations. So when we're auditing a pension plan, we do so with those actuarial standards of practice in mind. At the end of the day, I'll say there were no major deficiencies in the actuarial valuations. There were a couple of recommendations that we have, and I'll cover out those on the next page. But, you know, in general, you know, the actuarial calculations of the liabilities are consistent with what we expect. The actuarial assumptions are reasonable, and, you know, in general, the report complies with those actuarial standards of practice that I mentioned. You know, and so all the calculations are being done with both state and federal requirements. In terms of the recommendations, you know, there were a couple of minor recommendations we had in regards to the mortality table. You know, we want to apply specific mortality tables for specific groups of retirees, including like surviving spouses. At the end of the day, you know, it's not a material, you know, it's not a large impact on your liability. It might change the numbers by a little bit, but what I would say it's not a material difference. And as well as the mortality projection scale projects how long people are going to, or how life expectancies are going to change in the future. We recommend updating that more often than what the current actuary is updating that particular part of the assumption. But again, it's a relatively minor difference. So at the end of the day, those two assumption recommendations, I think it's you know, if they were to adopt those changes, it would make the report more reflective of what we would expect to happen going forward, but it wouldn't change the numbers in a material way. The other recommendation is in regards to the report. There's a relatively new actuarial standards of practice that's been effective the last few years. It's ASAP 51, dealing with risk disclosure. We feel that the risk disclosure could be beefed up. There is a section in the report that focuses on how the investment results over the next couple of years could affect the amortization period going forward. And so there is some discussion on risk, but we believe that a more robust discussion on risk is appropriate. And that would help you as well as the other stakeholders understand, you know, how, where there is potential weakness in your plan, and what particular factors could change or change the financial status of your plan. As you saw, the funded ratio was around 60% for this particular valuation and 63% in the most recent valuation that wasn't part of our audit. So there's about this plan has $110 million of unfunded liability, meaning that the assets in the plan are $110 million less than the liabilities in the plan. So having a more robust discussion on risk could help you understand how that $110 million will change over time, and what are the factors that could make it go up or down. Again, this isn't changing. This isn't particular or specific to the financial status of the plan. But again, I think in terms of the public's understanding of the liability and how and the factors that might change that going forward, having a more robust discussion on risk is something that we would recommend to the actuary. So the actuary, we did provide our report to the Rudd and Wisdom The first one, they said it was basically immaterial. I don't disagree with that. Regarding the report, they disagreed with our a comment about needing more discussion. They said that there is a risk discussion there in terms of the investment return assumption, and I agree with that. There is a section where they discuss how things might change if you fail to meet your 7.25% or now at 7.15% investment return assumption, but it doesn't discuss other factors such as the contribution risk for the plan. You saw the chart where the contributions didn't change for several years, even though on an actuarial basis, those contributions probably should have been going up. And that is a factor that contributes to that $110 million of unfunded liability that exists now. If those contributions had been going up as the actuarial determined contributions would suggest they should, that $110 million would be less than it is, today. And so, again, that was their response. The Board of Trustees will consider the recommendations and the responses, and determine how our recommendations will be applied to future evaluations. So with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to address those. Otherwise, thank you for having me here today.
Let me, Councilman Klein has his light, put that on there. Councilman Klein, and then we'll come back here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know if you have the answer to this. And it's really more, I guess, more kind of a comment. Last one, I'm trying to recall now, somebody else maybe in the room can help refresh my memory. We voted last year to increase the allocation to firefighters, retired firefighters, I think by $100 a month, as I recall. $110, thank you. And as I recall as well, that was the first increase that they had seen in, was it 2 decades, 15 years at least, closer to 20 years? 2007. Since 2007, yep. So that's 17 years, right?
And just for the record, there was an associated increase to the city's contribution of 1% that went along with that $110 increase. So the increase was given, and the city also increased their contribution to the pension plan by 1% to cover that increased benefit.
Right. Right. So we've been talking a lot of big dollars today already, but from the point of view of the retired firefighters, that was a long time coming, and I think because it was such a long time coming, it probably didn't meet the need out there as well. I think we need to maybe be looking at that at some point down the road, hopefully soon down the road as well, to help take care of those folks who've been taking care of us for so many years.
Yes, sir. On April the 30th, we'll be having that goal-setting workshop with the City Council on the fiscal 25 budget, and definitely we can discuss it at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilman Puss.
Constance, going back to your presentation, if you go back to and I don't see a page number, but it's page 8. Mm-hmm. If we can go back to that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because it's all messed up on our presentation. Can you tell me exactly what we're looking at there?
Sure. The left-hand side on the top, it says general employees and police. That comes out of an employee's paycheck, every paycheck. The 24.22%. So
that's the.
I'm sorry. That's sorry. That comes out of the city pays this for the employees, 24.22%.
Okay.
And then on the right side is what this comes out of the employee's check.
Okay.
At 14.65%.
Okay. Total contribution is 39%.
Yes, total. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then for the firefighters, the city is putting in 27.66%. And then the firefighter is paying 15.55%. It's coming out of their paycheck.
Okay. And why is the firefighters a little higher? Is there a reason? Is that just something that was in their plan originally?
Well, we're trying to get their funded ratio a little bit higher. It was on one of these other slides.
Okay.
And so by increasing employee contributions as well as employer contributions, that is one way to increase that funding ratio. So that was one of the plans that we had. It's in our financial policies as well, to continue to make that plan a little bit more funded.
Okay. And
I'm sorry.
And sorry if you don't mind, if I can interrupt.
Sure.
Just so it's clear, for the general employees, 16.6% is going to the pension fund. The other 7.65, that's going to Social Security and Medicare.
Right.
And so if it's an apples to apples comparison just on the contributions to the pension fund, for firefighters it's 26.2, and for the general employees and police it's 16.6. The biggest difference there, in the contribution, is really driven by that funded ratio. You'll notice that TMRS, their funded ratio is 87%. And so the payment that's going towards the unfunded liability is not nearly as large when you're only 13% underfunded as the payment that's necessary to pay off your unfunded liability when you're 63% funded.
Gotcha.
So that's really the cause of the discrepancy is primarily driven, current, and those are the current contributions. If you look in the past, I don't know that, they were, we have the firefighters here, we don't have those general or police contributions. So, in the past, I'm guessing that difference wasn't as great as it is now based on those increases that have been phased in, in the last few years.
Okay, and Constance, where you said that the firefighters hired after a certain date are paying the 1.45% to Medicare, that means that they'll be eligible for that reimbursement when they retire?
It's for the Medicare.
For the Medicare portion? Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's all the questions and comments. Thank you. Thanks. That's all, Peter? Okay. All righty. Well, thank you, Constance. We appreciate it. Yes, so there really being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.